continuous green ICT innovation will enable various industries to grow sustainably and create a better, fully connected, intelligent world for generations to come. Let's protect our starry skies, beautiful forests, and vast oceans using energy-saving technology.
Welcome to Lighting Up the Future Summit. The event will begin in 15 minutes. Please take your seats and switch your mobile phone to vibrate or silent mode. Thank you.
When some say the tide is low, others say the force beneath growth. Patiently it waits until the time to roar. Be the compass to find the ways and turns. Be the eyes to watch for ebbs and flows, until the destination is one step closer. The future graces first the pioneers. And opportunity favors only the determined. Connections is the chance. Race with the wind and tides. In the great voyage of 5G. Together, we envision, build, and create. Now, it's time to make a 5G valuable.
In hospitals, our systems are helping to save lives. Our intelligent data infrastructure provides 24/7 healthcare data services. Doctors can diagnose and treat patients more precisely. Energy powers the world. We safeguard energy production. Our intelligent data infrastructure supports plug-and-play and cloud-based O&M, alleviating the safety concerns regarding your most remote plants. For the financial industry, data flows can provide strong momentum. Our intelligent data infrastructure adopts a converged architecture and can help you control risks in real time and target your marketing efforts with enhanced agility, efficiency, and intelligence. Sounding the opening chorus of the next movement of the Industrial Revolution, the era of smart manufacturing. Our intelligent data infrastructure helps you keep pace with the market changes and revolutionize your industry. From the heart of the city to the ends of the earth, let's connect everyone and everything. With intelligent data infrastructure, we are here to help you build a fully connected world. Huawei Intelligent Data Infrastructure, born for an intelligent, fully connected world. Now, coming to you.
Welcome to Lighting Up the Future Summit. The event will begin in 10 minutes. Please take your seats and switch your mobile phone to vibrate or silent mode. Thank you.
The digital network is a forest full of wonders, from sprouting seeds to deep-rooted leafy trees. All beacons transmitting the frequencies of life. Signals of intelligence are spread, each new connection creating limitless possibilities. 5G brings us to new heights.
presents us with distant views. Turns our wildest dreams into reality. And shows us how wonderful life can be. The future starts where change begins. And change begins now. "5G brings time and space to keep us healthy. Realizes the dream of making education accessible everywhere. Accelerates intelligence to make manufacturing secure and efficient. 5G connectivity benefits countless households, allows industries to flourish in a shared ecosystem, innovates to create a digitalligent forest in a vibrant ecosystem with a solid foundation. Everyone thrives together. All wonders begin here.
Welcome to Lighting Up the Future Summit. The event will begin in 5 minutes. Please take your seats and switch your mobile phone to vibrate or silent mode. Thank you.
When some say the tide is low, others say the force beneath growth. Patiently it waits until the time to roar. Be the compass to find the ways and turns. Be the eyes to watch for ebbs and flows, until the destination is one step closer. The future graces first the pioneers. An opportunity favors only the determined. Connections is the chance, race with the wind and tides, in the great voyage of 5G. Together, we envision, build, and create. Now, it's time to make a 5G valuable.
The event is about to begin. Please take your seats and switch your mobile phones to vibrate or silent mode. Thank you.
Hello. Welcome to the new world. Here, you will have entirely new digital experiences. Expand services to enable immersive digital lifestyles. Make the most of innovations in efficiency and create more agile and efficient digital operation and maintenance. Leverage adaptive digital networks and more resources to provide customers with one-stop integrated services. Work with partners to make the digital industry more productive through competitive value creation. Thrive in a sustainable green world and contribute to society. The best way to predict the future is to create it. Guide to the future, where digital telcos thrive.
Let's welcome our host, the Vice President of Global Career Network Solution and Marketing from Huawei, Dr. Mohamed Matkour.
Everyone. Distinguished guests and partners, ladies and gentlemen, friends and colleagues, those who are here with us and those who are joining us online across the globe, good afternoon. Welcome to Barcelona and welcome to Mobile World Congress 2022 and welcome back to Huawei Day Zero Forum. Thank you so much. Thank you. Day Zero Forum actually has been so exciting for us for the past 10 years. But anyhow, thank you so much for making Huawei your first stop in your MWC busy activities. You came to share, to contribute, and also to celebrate with us this amazing era for ICT. So Huawei recognized that. We appreciate your contribution, your partnership, and also your attendance today. And we promise you it will be a brilliant, great ICT meal. So, you know, those of you who did not attend Day Zero before, this has been Huawei tradition to get together for even the past 10 years or so. And every year, it has a different theme that reflects the technology and business innovation at the center stage. Well, today, our theme is lighting up the future of society, industry, economies in a great or in a green fashion. Isn't it great? All right, so over the next 3 hours or so, you will hear from industry thought leaders and executives about the latest and greatest about the fashion and passion of all technology and business innovation. But to kick things off, we have two welcome speeches. Well, the first one is going to be from a Huawei leader and a believer of the power of ICT. He is the executive director of the board and the president of Huawei Carrier Network Business Group. So let's welcome via video Ryan Ding. Hello, Ryan.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Huawei, I'd like to extend a warm welcome to all of you. I'd also like to thank all customers and industry partners who continue to support us. The global digital economy is developing rapidly, and over 50% of global GDP will be digitalized in 2022. For this reason, government in many countries and regions like EU, China, and South Korea have announced huge investment plan for the digital economy. Operators have an important role to play. As ICT infrastructure provider, operators provide the cornerstone of the digital economy. In Huawei's view, we can evaluate the vitality of digital economy by looking at three factors: connection density, computing diversity, and carbon reduction. These three factors give operator the levers they can use to shape the future of the digital economy. In connection, operator can grow their 5G user base and expand their business scope to achieve commercial success. In computing, operator can create synergies between connectivity and IT to drive industry digitalization for new growth. In carbon reduction, operator can use Huawei's green ICT solution to deliver more bits with less watts. First, let's have a look at the latest progress in 5G. Huawei has developed rapidly since it began commercial deployment 2 years ago. The number of 5G networks, users, and devices are all growing faster than we expected. By the end of 2021, 200 operators have deployed commercial 5G networks, serving more than 700 million 5G users. There are over 1,200 commercial 5G devices in use. The 5G pioneers have achieved remarkable commercial success. In 2021, leading 5G operators, like the three major operators in China, and also in China and South Korea, and also the Zain in Kuwait, also their revenue growth. 5G bringing a new digital lifestyle to user, and this grows the user base. In China, more than 100 museums have developed new 5G AR services. These services have helped the museum attract 20% more visitors and reap 24% more revenue. The services were developed together with operators under a revenue share business model. This allows operators to share in the benefits. This is just one way 5G applications are delivering new experience to users. For this to succeed, the business model are critical. For example, China Mobile pricing model give users a lot more data when they pay just a little more money. Their 4G plan cost $20 for 20 gigabyte of data. Their 5G plan costs just $4 more, but offers twice the amount of data. This is a win-win result for both parties. For the user, the price for data is 40% less per giga. And for the operator, ARPU increased 20%. This is because the 5G spectrum efficiency is almost 10 times higher than 4G spectrum efficiency. 5G FWA is also seeing huge success. By the end of 2021, there are 83 operators offer commercial 5G FWA services, reaching over 3 million users within just 1 year. 5G is also speeding up industry digitalization. Operators can seize these new opportunities by expanding their business scope from private LAN to industry application. 5G 2B private LAN are a good way to grow operators' B2B business. They are easy to deploy and have been widely used. More than 30 operators have provisioned over 60,000 private LANs. In Germany, for example, local operator and Huawei are providing 5G private LAN to RV parks. These LANs offer faster network connection to RV users, helping operators quickly monetize 5G and increase revenue. In China, operators provide 5G 2B private LAN to help industry become more efficient. By the end of 2021, with the support of Huawei, Chinese operators have signed 3,000 commercial 5G 2B contracts and also create $3.3 billion revenue. In China's Inner Mongolia, a coal mine is using 5G to remotely control machines. Since 5G was deployed, there have been 0 safety incidents. Coal miners now stay in air-conditioned office and no longer need to work underground. Their work is more dignified than before, and they can even wear the white shirts. In 2022, we will continue share our success 5G 2B applications around the world. Operator can help industry go digital by create synergy between connectivity and IT. This is another source of growth for operators. There are 3 types of synergy. The first is IT and CT synergy. 5G is driving data growth in operators' IT and CT system. This requires more efficient and unified storage. In Indonesia, an operator used Huawei's One Storage solution, cut its TCO by 30%. Second, cloud and edge synergy. In Hungary, Huawei worked together with Vodafone, deployed an edge core solution for East-West Gate Railway project. This solution guarantees a low latency of 20 milliseconds, supporting remote crane operation. It has improved the East-West Gate terminals efficiency by 4 times. Third, cloud and network synergy. China Mobile provide Hunan, Weilin, Iron, and Steel with a 5G plus cloud and edge computing solution. This solution can be used for modeling, for model training on cloud and quality inspection at the edge. It allows Hunan Weilin to grade its steel more efficiently and save $2 million a year. Last but not least, green ICT is key to the sustainable growth of digital economy. ICT can help other industries reduce their carbon footprints 10 times more than its own. Huawei's green strategy is more bits, less walls. We use ICT to advance the digital economy where driving green development. This is the idea behind the network carbon intensity index we proposed to quantify the carbon emission of ICT industry. This metric will help make our green strategy a reality. We can implementing this green strategy, which is 3 layers approach. That is green site, green network, and green operation. Our green solution have been used in network around the world. In Poland, we worked with a local operator to deploy a green solar-powered sites. Now, each site emits 40% less carbon each year. Moving forward, Huawei will continue focus on ICT innovation and enable operator to achieve greater business success and green development in the digital economy. We will propose a business blueprint called GUIDE, GUID, at this year's event. Please join us in the guide to the future, and let's lighting up the future together. I hope this summit will be a complete success and wish you all good health and a fruitful journey. We're looking forward to see you at Huawei's booth in Hall 1 tomorrow. And thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ryan.
Thank you.
All right, so that was the Huawei vision and perception when it comes to ICT and green. So now let's move on with the second welcome remarks, and let's hear from a different perspective. Let's hear from United Nations. How about the ICT industry and the related companies? What should they do to proactively consider these two issues, the green and sustainability? So let's welcome our next speaker. He is the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change Global Innovation Hub. Let's welcome Masamba Choi.
Good afternoon, dear participants. I'm really very pleased to be here with you attending this very important event. And I would like to thank Huawei for giving me the opportunity to participate to this event. So the response to the climate crisis and the sustainability crisis is facing mainly two challenges. The first challenge is the lack of ambition. So objective, commitment, and target that are set by climate actors are not based on what is needed, and they are not commensurate to the response that is needed to address the climate and the sustainability crisis. And this is because they generally do not have a moonshot way of thinking. They do not set this target and this commitment based on what is needed, but rather based on what is perceived as possible. So it means that climate actors will look at technologies that are already available to them. They will look at financial instruments that are already available to them. And they will look at policy that are already in place. And this is on this basis that they will set their objective and their target. And in this case, you do not have space for innovation. In this case, you do not have space for innovation. And this this leads to a vicious circle where the lack of ambition leads to lack of development for sustainable and climate solution. And the absence of climate and sustainability solution also is a cause of low ambition. So to address this vicious circle, digital technology can play an important role. Another aspect where digital technology can help the climate and sustainability crisis is the fact that we do not have really climate action that are enough effective. They are leading to change that are incremental, and these incremental change are far from being enough to address the challenge that we are facing. We need more disruptive change. We need more transformative change. And the other problem is that the response to the climate crisis is not articulated to the response to the sustainability crisis. It is disconnected from the sustainability needs. So there also, digital technology can help address that issue. So on the first problem of lack of ambition, to address this issue, we need to find alternative way to drive the development of climate and sustainability solution in the absence of pooling demand. Higher ambition would be a pooling factor with the demand related to high ambition to make climate and sustainability solution develop. But in the absence of high ambition, we need to have alternative way of incentivizing a climate and sustainability solution. And to do that, we need first to be able to measure the climate contribution of solution provider, the net climate contribution of solution provider. This is something that is currently being done by an initiative, an European initiative, the European Green Deal Coalition, which aim at measuring the climate contribution of solution provider of enabler. What happens is, if you want to measure the net climate contribution of solution provider with primary data, you will necessarily have to leverage digital technology. So for this aspect of climate policy making, you need to have IoT at the production of data. You need to have technologies such as distributed ledger technology with their immutability function and their consensus building function. You will need to have AI tool. You will need to have 5G if you want to put in place a climate policy instrument that address the measurement of the contribution of a solution provider. So here, digital technology are really an important factor in the sense that they can break the vicious circle between lack of ambition and lack of climate and sustainability solution. So on the second aspect, which is the effectiveness of climate action, digital technology can help there also. It can contribute in increasing the effectiveness of climate action by facilitating the move from climate action with incremental change to more transformative type of climate action. So just to give an example, how digital technology is promoting more transformative type of climate action. So if you take the current framework of climate action, it is more sector-based. And it's about how do we reduce the carbon footprint of current product and services. This is important. this is good, but it will not be enough. We need to find alternative way. We need to leverage innovation to replace current supply chain, current products that are carbon intensive with new supply chain, new product that are satisfying the same core human need, but with less carbon footprint. And this is where digital technology play really a very important role. If you take, for example, the transport sector, if you consider a sector-based approach, the focus will be on how do we replace combustion car with EV car. This is important, but again, it's not enough. If you really want to make deep transformative change, we need to go beyond just transforming combustion car into EV car, because having EV car is excellent, but not having car at all is even better. So the less we need car, the better. And this is where digital technology can help with carpooling, for example, car sharing. And 5G here also can play an important role by actually addressing one of the core human need of access. That is why transportation is needed. So for example, with my car, what I'm mainly doing is bringing my kid to schools, going to work, using my car to do shopping, and 5G can now address all these things by replacing, for example, a trip to school with teleeducation, and replacing a trip to work with telecommutation, and a trip to shop with online shopping. And at the same time, displace the building like school or workplace or shop that are no more needed if teleeducation, online shopping, and telecommuting are used. But if we want to fully leverage digital technology, we will need to continue to innovate on the exponential technology, the technology of the fourth industrial revolution. We need to continue to innovate on the technology, but we need also to continue to innovate on the policies that will facilitate their further development. We need to innovate on the financial instrument that will allow the funding of this exponential technology. We need also to innovate on the business model that will make the new value chain more competitive, and that will be facilitated by digital technology. We need also to innovate on new cooperative approaches among nations, but also within nations, so that digital technology can be scaled up and can be accessible and widely used both in the global north and in the global south. Finally, we will need to have innovative leadership, because innovative leadership will be needed to drive the twin green and digital transition. We will need to have leaders that are thought leaders, strategic thinkers that are able to zoom in and out, see the bigger picture beyond their own problem, and move from being a problem solver to a solution provider. We will need to have leaders that are voluntarists and leaders that are visionary, leaders that are able to paint the future they would like for their grandchildren and articulate a vision and act relentlessly to achieve that vision. We will need to have also leaders that are responsible, leaders committed to the creation of global public good and leaders that are able to act today for longer term benefit. So what we are seeing happening in the ICT sector is the emergence of such type of leaders. And this gives hope. This gives hope for a sustainable world, a world with a safe climate, a world without poverty, a world with prosperity for all, and a world that achieves the vision of peace, security, and human dignity on which the United Nations is founded. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Yes, we do need all of that, and we also do need United Nations for their proactive support, and we share the same views. All right, so those were the welcome remarks. So now, I want to let you know that we have 3 sessions. If you can bring the sessions behind me right here. In order, they are about 5G, green, and new IT for new growth. So those are the 3 sessions that we have. But first, let's not waste time and go right to the 5G session. And for 5G, we have all of those great speakers for today. But before we get into what we have, let's watch that video first. Great shots about 5G everywhere. All right, so the first speaker today is coming from a large operator that already built the world's biggest 5G network. Not just the biggest in terms of size. It's the biggest in terms of size, application, social, industrial, and the economic impact in China. So let's welcome Vice President of China Mobile Communication Corporation. Let's welcome Li Huidi via video.
Distinguished guests, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Li Huidi from China Mobile. It is my great pleasure to be here again with all of you to discuss the road to 5G business growth and to share our practices and experience in 5G development on the theme of 5G lighting up the future. At present, we are at a new juncture of technical and industrial revolution. Digital transformation is steadily picking up speed, both in society and the economy. We can see that 3 keywords are frequently used when people talk about China's economy. They are new infrastructure, new elements, and new drivers. Let me explain a little bit more about what they mean. New infrastructure mainly refers to 5G technology, data centers, and the industrial internet powering the development of social and economic activities. New elements means technology and data, which have already become new components of advancing our society and the economy into a new round of sustainable high-speed growth by augmenting the effects of various traditional components. And the new drivers highlights the leading role of information technology in transforming industries and moving forward the digital economy, ultimately spurring on the high-quality growth of our society and economy. China's digital economy has a huge market potential and promising prospects. It's expected to reach 65 trillion Chinese yuan by 2025, more than 20 trillion of which will be attributed to information services. At China Mobile, our new strategy is to build a powerhouse to fit the new track of digital economy while solidifying our position as a global leading information service provider and innovator. This means that we are working to build a new information infrastructure empowered by 5G, computing force networks, and a shared service platform, with the overall goal to advance the digital economy as a whole. We are making full use of 5G to provide high-speed, secure, and ubiquitous mobile connectivity. To realize this, we are building nationwide, advanced, and high-quality 5G networks. There are more than 380 million 5G package subscribers and about 300 million 5G terminal users on our network. We have invested heavily to promote computing force as an on-demand, indispensable social service that is just one click away from users, just like access to running water and electricity. With shared service platform, we are providing digital intelligent capabilities that can be encapsulated in a unified fashion and invoked flexibly. 107 AI capabilities are provided in the form of ability as a service across the entire network, with daily calls exceeding 6 billion, benefiting both users and enterprises as well as our society at large. Both the digital economy and the 5G business are developing rapidly. This has pushed us to build 5G networks of best-in-class quality. We have more than 700,000 5G base stations in operation, and that is about 30% of global total. Nearly 500,000 base stations use 2.6 GHz band, and the remaining 200,000 ones work on 700 MHz band. Our 5G services have covered 1 billion people in all cities and county towns, as well as key rural areas in China, making us the largest 5G service provider. By the end of this year, we will build more than 1 million 5G base stations. We provide leading 5G capabilities. With extensive use of massive MIMO, uplink enhancement, and carrier aggregation, we can deliver a download peak rate of above 3 gigabits per second and upload peak rate of over 1 gigabits per second. We are accelerating the pilot application of high precision positioning, lightweight new radio, and other 3GPP Release 17 features as we continue to lead 5G evolution. Thanks to all-round optimization, the average download speed reaches above 800 megabits per second. We are making full preparations to provide VoNR, voice over NR, and we will work to ensure our call latency within 2.5 seconds this year. We will also tap the full potential of VoNR to improve the experience of video calls and video RBTs. Smart power savings has been enabled in all cells to help increase network energy efficiency. 70% of sites in our networks use full C-RAN architecture, and this has enabled us to greatly reduce operational costs. Our 5G services are available across diverse scenarios, particularly in high-value areas. For example, our 5G users can now access various services in about 120,000 buildings, including Beijing 2022 Olympic Winter Games Stadium. Especially, we achieve full 5G coverage along the Beijing-Zhangjiakou high-speed railway line and help build 5G UHD studios in trains traveling at 350 kilometers per hour. Let me show a video of how our mobile networks assure smooth communications during this big event.
When planning network coverage along the high-speed railway line, we combine 3 physical sites 300 meters apart in a supercell. This way, users do not have to be handed over as trains move past the 3 sites. More than 80 engineers from China Mobile made 97 optimizations to the solution design to ensure full 5G coverage along the entire Beijing-Zhangjiakou high-speed railway line, fulfilling the needs for in-train HD live broadcasting.
At China Mobile, we always push hard for centralized and cloud-based deployment. We have already built the world's largest cloud core networks. Currently, our SA core networks have over 100,000 servers and can serve 350 million users. Our goal is to further achieve 100% virtualization of core network functions and capacity by 2025. With our 4G, 5G convergent design, by incorporating 4G functions into 5G networks, legacy 4G investment is maximally protected, and the network evolution is smooth as we continue to build fully cloud core networks featuring 4G and 5G convergence. We also pay much attention to the security risks arising from such a scale of centralized deployment. That is why we have set up an A-level disaster recovery system to cover all fault scenarios spanning from virtual machines to data centers. We have conducted about 400 security drills across our networks, involving all of the 8 levels. We are the first operator to be able to switch tens of millions of users in case of fault from a central DC to another. And I believe this shows how much our networks can do in disaster recovery. Because of such strong performance, we were awarded the 5G core leadership at the 2021 5G World Summit. We have the largest user bases and the networks in the world, and we offer diverse network services. To better serve all of our users, we are always on the path of improving the structure of our networks. We are building autonomous networks that feature in-depth cloud network integration and a high level of automation and intelligence. With such networks in place, we will improve digital intelligent operations, making our networks the cornerstone of digital transformation across industries. Autonomous networks emerge as the needs of the transformation to digital and intelligent network operations, taking our information services to a new level. With such networks, we provide new DICT services that feature zero wait, zero trouble, and zero touch to both consumers and enterprises. We develop smart network operations that feature self-configuring, self-healing, and self-optimizing. As a result, we will be better positioned to help customers improve their competitiveness, create greater value, and empower production. We set a target in early 2021 to reach L4 autonomy in our networks by 2025. We are heading this goal with practical actions. Let me share some examples here. We are the first mobile operators to complete top-level design, formulate AN-level standards, and conduct AN-level evaluation across our network domains. We published a white paper on autonomous networks in July 2021, with the purpose to share the theoretical architecture and the practices in the industry. We have now achieved a higher level of single-domain autonomy and cross-domain collaboration in our networks. As a result, automated data configuration and device inspection can be done faster, and private networks and cloud interconnection can be provisioned in just a few minutes. Since the commercialization of 5G, we have launched more than 50 new 5G services for individual users based on our high-quality 5G networks. will offer users new ways to film, play, watch, listen, and use multimedia content. At the Olympics Winter Games Beijing 2022, we are the official event broadcaster. Migu Video provides technology and content using 5G and computing force networks. It is the first time we pilot full process 8K UHD live broadcast on a large scale. We help build AR studios where scenes can change dynamically based on the content to deliver an immersive experience for audience around the world. With Metaverse digital twin technology, we create intelligent digital icons to enable immersive and real-time engagement with users. We also provide 360-degree video and 3D digital reproductions to help capture big moments, like the double cork 1620. We have been exploring 5G applications in various industries. To scale up such application, 5G private networks are the basis. Recently, we upgraded our private network packages and improved our service process. We want to build trustworthy, flexible, and controllable 5G private networks to provide higher quality services. Together with our partners, we have set many records in industry digitalization and also practiced more than 5,000 use cases. We have also implemented extensive deployments of 5G in over 100 scenarios across various industries. Since 2019, we have embarked on 5G application in the steel industry together with Hunan, Weilin, Xianggang Iron and Steel Company. The company has two needs. First, centralized control to improve the working environment for high-risk positions. Second, reduced labor input and improve production efficiency and product quality. Based on these demands, we deployed 6 5G applications, typified by remote-controlled cranes and slag loading robots. Workers can now remotely operate the cranes in a comfortable control center instead of a noisy and dusty cabin some 20 to 30 meters above ground. This also prevents safety risks and reduces worker turnover rate by 40%. We combined 5G and AI to automate steel forging, which generates an annual revenue of 100 million Chinese yuan for the company. We are always a good partner to help industries build a future of digital intelligence. Together with industry partners, we expect to foster a new 5G information service system. So we proposed 3 initiatives. First, we can jointly build a foundation for the digital economy. The industry expects high-speed connection everywhere and air-ground integrated communications. It wants cloud network synergy and intelligent and agile operations. It requires green and low carbon growth, as well as high security and controllability. To deliver these, we will speed up the construction of new infrastructure and bring network connectivity, computing, and intelligence to everywhere. Second, we can jointly promote the evolution and innovation of new 5G technologies so as to deepen extensive fusion across industries. Based on 5G Advanced, the innovation and the industry chains can be integrated, and the new technologies such as ultra-high uplink, flexible spectrum, and integrated communications and sensing can be leveraged. Third, we can jointly realize the value of 5G networks and make 5G serve industries. We will expand network coverage, accelerate industry layout, and diversify products, services, and demo applications. The purpose is to bring 5G to industries and better serve the public. This will unleash the full potential of information consumption, meet the needs of users for a better digital life, and build a new service ecosystem. Finally, I'd like to wish this summit a complete success, and all of you here, all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Li Huidi. As I promised you, you will feel the purpose in China Mobile 5G story in terms not just the size, but also social, economic, industrial impact. All right, so let's fly over from China all over to Germany to hear about Telefonica 5G success story. So basically, our next speaker is going to tell us why the best network and the excellent network is going to be the foundation for the best business economics when it comes to mobility business. So let's welcome the CTIO of Telefonica Deutschland and the executive member of the board as well. Let's welcome Malik Rao.
Super good. Good afternoon. First of all, pleasure to be here. It is definitely after 2 years of pandemic and war at the footsteps of Europe, doesn't feel super exciting to be part and meet people. But at the same time, it was so important that we've been digital fatigue, right, is also taking us to a completely different level of metaverse. So let me bring back a little bit in terms of, when I saw China Mobile, I said, if we had done all this, then can we go home for at least 1 or 2 years? Because we've done everything. A lot of work needs to be done in the industry, a lot of change which is happening in the industry, and the biggest change which I see as Telefonica in Germany is how is the operator is able to disrupt ourselves. And I see 5G as an opportunity for us to disrupt ourselves. Because we built 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G, or maybe 6G also. If we do the same thing what we've done with 4G, if we do the same thing in 5G by just building networks, it doesn't serve a great purpose. So that is my personal view, and that is what we have been thinking about in Telefonica. Now, I want to give a perspective on what's happening as a business. Right? 5G, for the customers you build, right? 5G is not a standalone technology. It has to be an integrated technology because we have a significant legacy in our landscape. So that's how we've started thinking about 5G when about 2 years back, when we started deploying. As a business, it's a fantastic, healthy business which we are running. Under so many challenges, the business continues to grow. And I normally say, when revenues are flowing in, there is no business problem you can solve. There's no business problem you can solve. So we had a strategy in 2019. This is a company which is merge of E+ and Telefonica, bringing about 20,000 base stations each together. We spent about 5-6 years in one of the largest consolidation in Europe. And 2019, we started off talking about invest for growth, because we wanted to grow as a company, and growth is always fun. So that's how we started building the company. Essentially, with three or four different focus areas. Growing on the mobile. Growing on the mobile is not a new thing, but growing in a different way of building the networks is a big change. So when you merge the companies, you create a lot of technology debt, and that is what we had in our landscape. And then we went for a completely redesigning of entire technology debt in mobile networks. We've gone from about 75, 80 configuration to 8 configurations, standardized everything, and that's how we started off in the market. With that, today we have about 50 to 60% of, say, city traffic on our network. I mean, I normally say Telefonica network is networks of network in mobile networks. So we carry almost more than 50% of the traffic in the country. Second was we were not represented big in B2B, and this is an opportunity which we saw. We wanted to grow in B2B. We wanted to create solutions for the market, and 5G definitely gave us the opportunity, which I will talk a little bit later. The third one is essentially talking about technology agnostic proposition for the customer. Because in the fixed network, all of us we talk about FWA, standalone wireless technology. You have ADSL, VDSL, you have whatever you talk about. We start confusing the customer a lot when customer walks into our shops. That's where we said we want to create a technology agnostic experience for the customer. Customer goes, he buys a product or she buys a product. He doesn't care or she doesn't care about what technology is that. However, as a technologist, we got to build an experience platform which is technology aware. If you're not aware of a technology, you can't build technology. So that's the, third priority which we've spoken about. And then for us, in the market, we were lagging behind the incumbent about last 5-6 years. So 2 years back, we said we want to change the game with 5G, with 4.5G, which we started. And today, we achieve a little bit of a confident a network which is challenging the incumbents in the market. So we have been blessed with all the Connect or whatever test results in Germany when you have. So we created a strong base of the entire network. Right? We have an outstanding network in Munich, and that's how we started building block by block every place. Second, or the piece which we're talking about today is 5G. Now 5G, we have, at least in Europe, we have spoken a lot about DSS. It's basically we overpromise the customer and under-deliver on the experience. So that is what DSS, the so-called dynamic spectrum sharing, which gave us neither we were completely 5G, nor we were able to optimize 4G. So we decided that if we want to build 5G, we build 5G for experience. Experience for the customers in the consumer segment, experience for the industry segment. We run about 6 different industries with private 5G network. And Germany is one of the very few countries in the planet to allocate 100 megahertz spectrum for industries. Right? So almost like 100 people, 100 companies have applied for this spectrum. Some of them have started using it. That's where we are working on. One of the big spoke about is Daimler. So we built a 5G private network for Daimler in 3 different areas. One is in the test track. Second is in their production facilities, which is at Sindelfingen. It's about 250,000 square meter area where the cars are produced. I mean, when I went there, I really felt, wow. When you're building a car with 600 stations, the automation, the efficiency, or the innovation what 5G can bring in, something which really opened our eyes. Whether it is automatic guided vehicles, AGVs, for supporting the production facility, and you have the paint density which you're measuring using 5G. There are a number of use cases which we're trying out. At the same time, what we've done with Daimler is a place called Bremen, where we are building 5G core on public cloud. I mean, that is something which I feel possibly change the way we build the networks. Normally, we as operators, we build networks, we operate 1 or 2 core networks, maximum. I mean, you have, let's say, big core networks of 50, 60 million customers in terms of Germany. Maybe in China, it's a billion customers, but you will operate with 1 or 2 vendors of core network. But this is changing. If you talk about 5G private networks, you will essentially end up in having thousands of private 5G networks possibly in Europe. We already start seeing 30, 40 networks, small private networks, which are critical services. Imagine if you're building a private 5G network for nuclear plant. You can't say it is not carrier grade, it is a 5G private network. I have something called different carrier grade. And this is how we're rethinking how do you build the networks, how do you operate the networks. Right? When you have to operate, say, 40 or 50 core networks in your own domain, we as operator community are not built for operating 30 or 40 different private 5G networks and bring everything together and assure a service for the customers. So this is something which 5G is really changing. And that's where we're investing a lot of time and effort in terms of upskilling people. I mean, I have about 1,500 people in technology in Germany, and we've been trained by building a macro networks, right? So when you talk to them and say, okay, I want to build the new way of building networks in 5G, in terms of cloud, the competence inside the operator community, the competence into the industry, the telecom industry, both technology providers as well as in the operator providers, is extremely less. And that's how we started off collaborating with the cloud providers. And that's where these 3 big initiatives which we've taken in terms of IT transformation, Open RAN, disaggregation between hardware and software, and essentially we made cloud as a center of everything what we do. When I'm saying cloud, 60, 70, or 80% is about public cloud. We don't want to end up building infrastructures inside and then building the best practices inside our own walled garden. And that is the approach which we've taken. That's how we are driving in terms of technology, in terms of bringing 5G for the customers and bringing 5G for end users. Thank you very much. I think I'm running out of the time. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Malik. All right, so from Telefonica and from Germany, let's fly over to Saudi Arabia. And we all know that GCC countries have been the front runners, one of the front runners when it comes to 5G. And Zain in Saudi Arabia, actually their 5G vehicle has 2 wheels, consumer and home. So let's hear from their Executive General Manager of Solution and Innovation. Let's welcome Alan Lowe.
All right. Okay. I'm delighted to be here and honored to be here. And although our business is telecom and internet, I'm so happy to be here in person, not on another Zoom call, and we are sick of that. So today, I'm going to talk about exploring the road to 5G success. So basically, it's talking about what we have done, why we are doing it. Let's start. First of all, let's have a quick view on Zain Saudi Arabia. Zain Saudi Arabia is part of Zain Group, and Zain Group is a leading telecommunication operator in the Middle East and Africa, with more than 48 million customers. Zain Saudi Arabia established in 2008, and during the pandemic, we constructed the largest 5G network in the Middle East and Africa. It was in 2019. A year later, we continue to build the 5G carrier aggregations on top of our network. And we launched quite recently, last month, the first Saudi Arabia 5G standalone network. It was being announced in Saudi's biggest ICT event that was held in Riyadh. And we have about 1,500 number of employees that we proudly call ourselves the Zainers. And this is the Zain family. In general, we have more than 7 million customer base, and of which 1.1 million of them are wireless home users. With the 5G launch, we see there is an increase in ARPU of about 30%, comparing to the packages that we are selling on a 4G. We are experiencing fast growth of 5G customer and also traffic. And we can see that from 2019 to 2020, there is a 6-fold or 6 times increase. And the following years, see another double. Even until today, 2022, we are still experiencing fast growth in the number of customers. More than 1/3 of our traffic is in 5G. In fact, it's near to 40%. And that trend is growing very fast. Every day, in fact. Over the last 3 years, Zain achieved many milestones. Our 5G network that we built is recognized internationally and nationally by companies like Ookla Speed Test, Telecom Review, OpenSignal, Umlaut, Mikias, which is from the Saudi authority. Zain is awarded the fastest fixed network award for 3 times consecutively by Ookla Speed Test. And we also being awarded the best 5G user growth in 2021. In terms of gaming latency, we are also the best being awarded in Saudi Arabia twice. Now, these awards are good, but what is our customer experiencing? Are they also having the good experience that we have been claiming? Our team is passionate enough that we always try to challenge and ask the questions. And one of the questions that could help us to understand what our customer is experiencing on the ground is, for example, what is the maximum speed that we as customers is getting with the latest iPhone 13 in our network? For your case, probably you can ask in your network. Is there a guess? A wild guess? Anyone? 10 mega? 100 mega? 1 Gbps? Right. Let me show you the answer. More than 2.2 gigabit per second. This was in LEAP, which is the biggest ICT event in Saudi that I mentioned just now. It was held last month in Riyadh. And that screenshot was taken at that time. We showcased more than 2.2 gigabit per second with the latest iPhone 13 that was released in October in our commercial network. I still remember those days when we were building a 2G BTS. And it is working on 1E1 link. 1E1 link equivalent to 2 megabit per second. Do you guys remember? Or I'm the only one coming from that era? No? Okay. Thank you for that note. Okay. So look how far we have gone. And now an iPhone is getting more than 2,000 megabit per second. It is definitely good to receive the awards to celebrate the achievement, but the awards and achievements are not the most important measure of our success, Zain's success. It is simply the result of what Zain believes and staying true to our value. So what is our value and what are we believing in? First of all, we need to have a very passionate team, which we have together with our strategic partners, okay, to be able to continue innovating services that provide the best customer experience. To sum up in 4 words, it will be happy customer, happy Zain. And to ensure the customer experience is always the best, our team, the passionate team that I always mentioned just now, has a passion with their job, and they always have this ongoing dialogue with our customer about what they want and what they need. Tell us your wish list that is maybe keeping you awake in the middle of the night. The feedback that we have got are simple. 3 feedback. Number 1, fast and reliable internet. Yes, I know it's pretty obvious, but it is still shockingly to know that how many customers in the world are still not getting this basic necessity. Number 2, Wi-Fi coverage everywhere at home. Who wants to keep waving his iPhones around and above his head and walking around the house and looking for signals? Definitely not me. I'm sure no one wants that. And number 3, all entertainment content in one bill. Everything under one bill. So let's look at the customer wish list one by one. Number 1 item on the wish list is about fast and reliable internet. To meet that need, we constructed the biggest 5G network in the region. And without stopping there, we added one more layer. We added one more 5G carrier layers to double up the speed. It is simple. 1 + 1 equivalent to 2. And 2 carriers are faster than 1 carrier. Right? And as I mentioned earlier, we able to showcase more than 2.2 Gbps with the latest iPhone 13, and that was done in our 5G carrier aggregation, and it is a commercial network. It's not a trial, it's not a POC. And to make sure our investment pays off, the 5G network needs to be fully optimized. We optimize the radio network, the transport network, the core network, pretty much end-to-end network optimization, making sure that we are getting the best value from all the investment that we have made for our customer, for our shareholder, and most importantly, to our stakeholders, all our stakeholders. The second item in the list is Wi-Fi everywhere, each and every corner. The answer is simple: Wi-Fi booster, or Wi-Fi mesh. It could be another term, right? We know that sometimes your signal will drop out. We also know that it is because that you are out of Wi-Fi area. To answer that question, we added Wi-Fi booster. And what does Wi-Fi booster do? It boosts Wi-Fi that is coming out from a 5G router to the entire house at every corner. So we made Wi-Fi booster a standard. We bundle the Wi-Fi booster as a free device in our offering, in our package. For us, customer comes first. And what does the customer want? They want Wi-Fi everywhere at home. They want Wi-Fi in their bedroom. They want Wi-Fi in their living room. And for those parents that is stressed out having young kids that need 10 minutes break, Wi-Fi in the bathroom is absolutely essential. I know, I'm one of you. Right. Does it sound familiar? Knock, knock. Mommy, where are you? Or Daddy, where are you? For my case. Right, but they are just lovely. Right. On top of that, we added turbo gaming that improve gaming latency and improve fast response time for all the games, especially the popular games. The final item on the customer wish list: entertainment content. There is more than 60% of our traffic coming from video and coming from gaming. Everyone is watching video now, and everyone is playing games. They want 4K video, they want all the contents, they want to play anywhere, anytime, on any screen, a big screen like television or a small screen like an iPhone or iPad. It doesn't matter. They just want everything. So what we have done, we contacted NVIDIA and OSN. NVIDIA to provide cloud gaming solution over GeForce Now platform that is having more than 1,000 premium games that's available in their library. So the gamers can easily play anywhere, anytime, and on any screen. On the OSN, they are carrying exclusive content of Disney+, HBO, National Geographic. By the way, the biggest part of Zain's success is when we see a need, we don't try to reinvent the wheel every time. Or we don't try to build in-house solutions. We look for strategic partnership to collaborate with the best in the industry. Now, we make the experience as seamless as possible by combining all 3 items in the customer wish list: reliable and fast internet, Wi-Fi everywhere at home, including the bathroom, rich entertainment content, and Zain now has happy customer. All customers are happier now. Happy customer, happy Zain. However, we discover a very interesting trend, a very interesting traffic trend. The traffic decreases, but only at night, in the middle of the night. Why? Any guess? Right, let me tell you the answer. Now all our customers are happier and they can have a better sleep, so there is absolutely nothing from keeping them awake in the middle of the night. Joke aside, the real answer is probably the network is so fast that they downloaded everything in the daytime. So most importantly is happy customer, happy Zain. To sum it up, the success formula. If there is one thing that I would like you to take away from this presentation, and that would be passion. We all know how great leaders can inspire everyone to take action. If the people inside the company is being told to come to work and just do the job, that's all they will do. The job will become a daily routine job that they hated. But if the people is constantly being reminded of Zain's value, Zain's purpose, and Zain's belief, and always told to bring new ways to bring the purpose to life, they will do more than their job. This becomes their passion. The passion that changes the boring routine job into something that they're passionate about. Now, they love their job. Over the years, Zain keeps building a success formula with a great team, with an inspired team, with a passionate team. Inspired leaders, inspired Zainers, inspired partners like Huawei. We share the same belief, same value, which is to continue innovating services that provide the best customer experience. I'm going to leave you here with 4 positive words. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Alan. All right, so from Saudi Arabia, let's fly over Thailand. And we've been hearing from carriers only, but we all know that the stakeholders of 5G are big. Carriers, enterprise, ecosystem, so on and so forth. So now we will hear from a speaker from Thailand. He is the Dean of the Faculty of Medicine in Sri Raj Hospital. And basically, this Sri Raj Hospital was a very successful 5G2B case in healthcare. So without further ado, let's hear that story. And let's welcome Dr. Prasit Watanapa.
Now I would like to change the track, leading our view to focus on the healthcare issue. The challenges brought by the COVID-19 pandemic is impacting to our industry, especially in healthcare sector. We believe that digital technologies are essential to achieve a better and benefit immensely from smart innovations and infrastructure during this digitalization era. On behalf of our Faculty of Medicine Sri Raj Hospital, I would like to take this opportunity to share the Thailand 5G Smart Hospital for a vision to improve social well-being and enhance the productivity and efficiency in healthcare services. Recently, the government of Thailand set up the 13 goals for the transition of Thailand. These 13 goals will include the 4 dimensions of the country development. May I focus on the goal number 4? which will make Thailand a high-value medical and health center. This goal comprises 4 objectives and includes 6 strategies, which I will not go into detail at the moment. But we identify our critical pain points of the Thailand healthcare industry. The first aid mortality rate is still high. The medical resources are evenly distributed. The number of seriously ill patients is still huge, and we are still running relatively shortages of professional doctors. And lastly, we need to introduce new technology for medical training and inventory management. This is to show you briefly the intention of the government of Thailand to inject a substantial amount of budget on IT investment. Starting 50 billion baht this year, the figure will go up to 1,000 billion baht within 10 years. And at the moment, Thailand is the country among the 10 ASEAN countries with the best 5G coverage in the services. And when we talk about the digital transformation in order to reshape the healthcare, I have to say that because of the COVID-19 pandemic, it sped up the process of healthcare reshaping by digital transformation. And when I say the digital transformation, I include the wearables, the audiovisual communication, the cloud computing and big data management, and also the AI-assisted medical imaging. By using the digitalization, we're going to transform the paradigm from the existing one to the future one, which include the new experiences, the new mode, the new operation. And this is the framework, what is going to be the smart future hospital in Thailand. We will have the new ecosystem, including the platform openness, the ecosystem co-construction, the continuous evolution. We're going to provide new experiences, new mode, and new operations by using the new technologies, the 5G, the AI, the Internet of Things, and also the edge cloud synergy. We put a lot of effort in doing research in order to improve the effectiveness and the efficiency of healthcare system in the country. And many of them we use the AI platform to include in this project, in these research projects. Since the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, our Faculty of Medicine Sila Hospital and Huawei Thailand have partnered on various projects, starting by developing AI-assisted diagnosis and 5G unmanned car for the first time in the country, which provide a safe and effective solution. In December 2020, we also launched the first 5G smart hospital project in ASEAN region to develop technology and innovation to drive ICT transformation in Thailand's healthcare sector. The smart hospital here means the hospital which optimize, redesign, and or build new clinical processes, management system, and maybe even infrastructure, all enabled by underlying digitized networking infrastructure of internet assets to provide a valuable service or insight which was not possible or was not available earlier to achieve better patient care, experience, and operational efficiency. The initiative to establish our hospital to become a smart hospital started a year prior to COVID-19 pandemic and has been speed up by the application of 5G and multi-access edge computing or MEC by short, enabling us to provide 5G private network to provide high security, better network experience, and to connect virtually everyone and everything together, including machines, objects, and devices, together with the use of cloud technology and artificial intelligence. The project brings in several talented people. Many of them are youngsters who work days and nights to redesign our medical services, bringing based on digital transformation. Moreover, the project has been supported by the Thai government, and the progress of the 9 sub-projects are satisfactory. Please allow me now to show you our short video, less than 3 minutes, to summarize the 9 sub-projects. Can I have my video, please?
Siriraj World-Class Smart 5G Hospital. 5G Smart Ambulance. The ambulance is equipped with 5G innovative solution for remote consultation with experts to provide real-time comprehensive first aid treatment. Blockchain-based personal health record, a solution that enables high-speed access and entry of patients' data. 5G Smart ER, the emergency department with an advanced system to closely monitor patients' condition and timely alert the physicians. AI pathology. Pathological diagnosis is more precise and faster with artificial intelligence. Smart pharmacy inventory management, the smart system that optimizes pharmacy operation for highly efficient inventory and supply chain management. 5G unmanned car, the smart autonomous vehicle for medical supplies delivery. 5G private network and hybrid cloud, the smart infrastructure to enhance the rapid data connection, processing, and storage. AI platform for NCDs, the innovative system for monitoring, assessment, and notification for patients with non-communicable diseases. The telemedicine platform conveniently connects patients with their doctors. The 5G technology will optimize healthcare experience for both providers and patients by an unprecedented level of connectivity and to raise the standard of medical treatment with high precision and efficiency, driving Siriraj Hospital to become an exemplary model of world-class smart 5G hospital.
Within a couple of years from now, the digital and service model, including these 9 sub-projects and more to come, used in our Faculty of Medicine Siriraj Hospital will be expanded and should leverage the quality and productivity to other hospitals of the health services in Thailand. This will transform our Faculty of Siriraj Hospital into a role model for other public hospitals in the country and will act as a blueprint for all smart hospitals in Thailand to going forward. I'm looking forward to the rising prosperity brought by connectivity and digital technologies in the future. Our collaboration between our Faculty of Medicine Siriraj Hospital and Huawei Thailand will enhance and upgrade the services of the hospital. This signifies a model of upgrading Thailand's public health industry in the future. What I expect to see, the success is going to happen within a few years from now. Obviously, we'll be able to expand to cover other 9 ASEAN countries, and ultimately to enhance the quality of healthcare system in this region of the world. Together, our Faculty of Medicine Sila Hospital and Huawei Thailand, let's overcome the challenges and build a better future together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you thanks a lot. All right, so the last presentation in the first session is going to be also from the ecosystem, and we're going to hear from East-West Intermodal Terminal. So it's my pleasure to introduce to you the Deputy CEO and member of the board, Adam Pelushi.
Yes, this one. Thank you. Okay. Greetings to everyone. It's an honor to be here, and special thanks to Huawei. My name is Adam Pelushi. I'm a board member of our company registered under the laws of Hungary called East-West Intermodal Logistics PLC. I'm rather from the investor side of our company, so I'm not an expert and an engineer of the telecommunication sector, so I will give you a general view about our project, which is under construction in Hungary. So our first thought and the vision. The terminal is located at the eastern border of Hungary, and based on this fact, it's also the eastern border of the European Union, which makes it a strategic point. The theoretical maximum capacity of the intermodal terminal will be 1 million TEU per year, which means 1 million 20-foot containers. The intermodal terminal is located at the meeting point of the wide gauge railway tracks and the narrow gauge railway tracks. And the conception is that we are able to transship the containers and also the trucks and trailers from the wide gauge railway tracks to the narrow and vice versa. The terminal area is around 140 hectares, which makes it currently the biggest dry port in Europe. As I mentioned, it's a strategic point of the European Union. Our vision was to build, to construct possibly the most efficient intermodal terminal, focusing totally on green energy, environmental friendly and sustainable conception. Next one. Yes. The investment will cost around 82 million euros, and the planned handover, takeover of the terminal will be taken around April or May this year. So we are very close to the handover procedure and to start to launch the live operation of the terminal. I will explain in the end how are we connecting to the 5G solutions, because the standalone private 5G network of the terminal is developed jointly with Huawei and Vodafone on the terminal. I will show you a very short video to be able to visualize the measures of the project. Yes, so besides the logistics conception and efficiency, the most important in the logistics, as everything is time and money, so the full digital operation, which is our main focus besides the green operation. Within the hour of the terminal, we will have 4 intermodal cranes at the first stage, and the main thing why we chosen the 5G connection, that our intermodal cranes will be operated by 5G from an operator office room, which will be the very first application of the 5G in this field in Europe. We have more than 850 meters long railway tracks, which makes possible to receive the longest trains which is currently allowed in Europe. The lifting capacity of our intermodal cranes will be 45 tons, which is currently the maximum possibility. As I mentioned, we are focusing on zero emission on the terminal. This is why we are going to build a solar park and a heat pump system, and all of our equipment on the terminal will be operated basically by electronics. So how we work with Huawei and Vodafone and the 5G. As I mentioned, this will be the first time in Europe when an intermodal terminal applies to 5G for the operation of the huge intermodal cranes. And this standalone private 5G networks makes it possible that in the later extension of the terminal, we will be able to build fully automated warehouses. We can fully automate our equipment with the highest possible bandwidth and with the lowest latency. And security is also an important part of this project, as basically these intermodal cranes are operated from a control room which is installed onto the cranes, but these rooms are totally missing from our cranes, as the cranes will be operated from a separated office room anywhere with joysticks. Later, we are also planning to cooperate with Huawei, which company maybe will provide us solar inverter as well to be able to store the significant energy on the terminal. It's also important that besides the terminal, our vision is that we are planning to develop a 300 to 500 hectares land, which will serve as a logistics hub, which will be around the terminal. So handover takeover date is very close, which will be a protocol event basically, but the live operation of the terminal will start around April or May. So these are the basics. I'm ready to answer your questions later, and I'm not taking your time because FC Barcelona plays today, as I know. So thank you for your precious time, and I wish you good luck. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Adam. So that was the last presentation on the 5G session, and now we're about to start the green, or the future for green session. So as you will see here, the speakers, we've got a lot of speakers, great speakers in this session, which is actually, I like it the most because without it we cannot be here. So without further ado, let's first watch a video, and then we will get back to our first speaker. Let's run the video, please. All right, so it's my pleasure to introduce to you our first speaker of this session, and he is from GSMA, and I will have to say thank you for GSMA for bringing us, all of us, back to Barcelona. He's the head of climate action, and it's my pleasure to welcome Stephen Moore.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me to be here today. So I'm from the GSMA, which, for those of you who don't know, is the Industry Association for Mobile Network Operators and companies across the mobile ecosystem, including our host today, Huawei. So last year was a big year for climate action. We had COP26, the UN climate conference in the UK in November. And at COP26, countries increased their ambition to limit global heating. But the ambition was not enough to limit temperature increase to 1.5 degrees. This is the level that scientists tell us will limit catastrophic climate change. It's also the level that we have set for ourselves as the mobile sector. In 2019, the board of the GSMA, representing mobile network operators, agreed to an ambition for the industry to be net zero by 2050 at the latest. If we can achieve this, we will have done our part to limit global heating to 1.5 degrees. So this is the target for the industry, but what are our members doing to help achieve this? So far we've seen really excellent support from our members on this. To date, almost 50 operators are committed to cut their emissions rapidly over the next decade. And around half of them have gone even further, committing to be net zero by 2050 or even before. For example, a group of European operators, which include Orange and Telefonica, have committed to be net zero by 2040 as part of the European Green Digital Coalition. So we've seen a massive acceleration in ambition over the last year. But the targets are not just a commitment for operators to reduce their own emissions. It also includes their supply chains as well. So it will mean working closely with Huawei and others to achieve their goals. So this is the ambition, but what is the progress against this so far? Well, I'll talk about one of the big areas, which is renewable energy. This will be one of the major ways in which operators reduce their emissions over the next decade. We've seen a big increase in commitment and investment in this space in recent months. For example, Verizon and AT&T have both signed big power purchase agreements, with Verizon aiming to use 50% of the energy that they use coming from renewables by 2025. And we have some European operators, such as Vodafone and Telia, that have already announced that they are using 100% renewable electricity in certain markets. That's the good news. But we're finding big challenges in other parts of the world. In Latin America, in Africa, in Asia, it can be difficult to access renewables in many markets. Renewables can also be more expensive because of fossil fuel subsidies. And in some countries, it's just not possible to buy renewable electricity. So the GSMA has recently started a new project to look at this, and later this year we'll be publishing a position paper on how we can work with governments to improve renewable energy access for our sector. We hope to start a dialogue with this with policymakers to help achieve the change that we need to have happen in the coming years. The final area I'll give an update on is a new one, for us at least, and that's the circular economy. What does the circular economy mean? Well, it means that we need to do more reuse of equipment, we need to do more refurbishment, we need to do more recycling, and we need to do more remanufacturing. We've got to move away from a linear economy where we take from the ground, we make, and then we throw away again. This will be really important to reduce both supply chain emissions, but also to achieve our net zero targets as well. The circular economy applies to both network equipment, and it also applies to customer devices such as mobiles. This week, we'll publish a new strategy paper that looks specifically at the circular economy of network equipment. This will explain some of the challenges that we face currently and how we can address them to improve the levels of reuse and remanufacturing across the industry. Please check out GSMA social media on Tuesday for details of the report. That's when it will be published. There's a huge amount more that's going on climate action, and you'll hear some more from it from our other speakers in this session. But that's a very quick run-through of some of the latest highlights. If you would like to find out more on all the different projects and topics that we're focusing on, please check out gsma.com/climate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you so much. All right, so thank you again for GSMA work on the climate action. So now our second speaker is also a leader from Huawei that's passionate about that subject, which is the green development and sustainability. And he will tell us about 5 misconceptions about green and how to convert or flip them to reality. So let's welcome the Chief Marketing Officer of Huawei's Carrier Network Business Group. Let's put our hands together to welcome Dr. Philip Song.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Philip Song, CMO of the Huawei Carrier Business Group. Today, it's my honor to do a presentation here. The topic is named 5 misconceptions of the green development. It's very shafted. So from the Newton to Einstein, so from the classical mechanics to the relativity, the human being has a spiral development between misconceptions and the truths. And eventually, the human being has progressed. Green development has always been our goal. However, some misconceptions appeared during this process. So today, I would like to break these misconceptions and to review the truths. Then we can work together to drive the green development of the ICT industry firmly. The first misconception, ICT industry contributes to increased carbon emission. In fact, according to GSE report, ICT industry will produce just around 2% of the global emissions by 2030. At the same time, the widespread use of the ICT technologies will enable other industries to significantly reduce carbon emissions. By 2030, ICT technology have the potential to reduce the global carbon emission by 20%, 10 times the carbon emissions as the ICT industry itself. Effectively, decoupled economic growth from the emission growth. We call it ICT enablement, carbon handprints. The value of the carbon handprints makes us of the development ICT firmly. Next, I would like to share interesting examples. A cloud service providers would like to back up their data on the cloud. Considering the large amount of data, they have to copy it to the disk array, then transport it to another way via the trunk physically. 100 PB of the data backup produced 300 kilograms carbon emissions, but only 20 kilograms with the all optical transmission technologies. it's predicted that 1 yottabytes of the data will be stored on the cloud in 2030. If all of this data back up with the all-optical transmission technology, 150 million tons of the carbon emissions can be saved each year, which is equivalent to planting 200 million trees. What does the 200 million trees mean? 200 million trees can forest the whole Europe. The second misconception, over-focusing on the supply chain emissions. That is the emission from the production of the network equipment. The truth is that only 2% of the carbon emissions is from the production of the network equipment. But around 80 to 95, the carbon emission is from the phase of the in-use. Therefore, we need to pay more attention to the reducing carbon emission during the phase of the in-use by innovative technologies. The third misconception, the green development is only equal to the new energy. Something like the solar, the wind power. Is this truth? I have a little different opinion. First, so now we review some of the data. On the supply chain, on the supply side, solar and the power will be accounted for 45% of the global power structures by 2030. We can see the new energy sources can develop rapidly, but it's very difficult to replace the traditional energy totally. On the ICT consumer side, according to GSMA report, so far only 1% of the global base stations were powered by the renewable energy in 2021. So how can we reduce the carbon emissions for another 99% the base stations with the traditional energy? So I think besides the green energy, we need more thinking. So today, we propose a 3 layers architecture for the green development. Randy already introduced, so here I just give a very briefing. First layer is the green side and the green data center. The second layer, the green network, including optical, simplification, and intelligence. The third layer is green operation, including network operation and user operation. We hope that these 3 layer architectures can help carriers to reduce the carbon emissions end to end. Refer to the user operation. I shared examples to make more sense. If 10% of the 3G users migrated to the 4G and 5G network, 2% of the energy saving can be achieved. Why? As we know, with the development of the communication technologies, the network efficiencies can be gradually improved. For example, use 1 kW, 30 high-definition movies can be downloaded with 3G technology, and 300 movies can be downloaded with 4G. Well, the 5G can make 5,000. This number is very impressive. So if we can do that, I think the result will be perfect. One side, our customers can enjoy the excellent experience with the advanced technology. The other side, operators can save the energy. The number 4 is related to the energy efficiency. We used to think the sum of the energy efficiency of each telecom equipment will be the whole network energy efficiency. Affected by this misconception, we just simply concerned about how to improve the single point efficiency and ignoring the whole picture. I don't think the energy efficiency assessment of the equipment box at a single point can support to do the overall planning decision. Therefore, Huawei proposed to jointly define a unified indicator systems to drive the energy flow with the information flow. Then we can achieve the goal of the energy savings in the entire network. For example, if you only consider the energy efficiency of the wireless master equipment, I don't think you can effectively complete the planning of the green site. Huawei took the lead in introducing the site energy efficiency indicators and jointly innovated with the global carriers to get the planning of the all outdoor, all pole, the simplest site solutions. The site energy efficiency can be improved from the 60% to more than 70%. The last misconceptions I would like to say is very popular with the green project. With this moved from the pilot to full rollout in network. Energy saving should not impact any network performance indicators. The truth is that you can't burn the candles at both ends. In some scenarios, such as the energy savings, maybe have a tiny impact on the network performance, but we need to guarantee the user experience differently. I would like to share a story happened in German market. For certain scenarios, such as the shopping malls at midnight, if the smart carrier, the shutting down solutions is activated based on the user experience, maybe the peak rate has a little effect, is reduced from something like the 50 Mbps to the 45 Mbps. But the user experience can be guaranteed, while the power consumptions can be saved more than 10%. So at midnight, can we balance the peak rate and the energy saving? So at the last minutes, I would like to summarize the 5 takeaways. Firstly, we would like to firmly develop the ICT to achieve the larger emission reduction space. Secondly, we should focus on the life cycle emissions evaluation of the ICT infrastructure. The third one, we think the system design of the green development solution from the site, network, and operations is needed. And the fourth, we should jointly define the unified energy efficiency indicators to support the overall green network planning, deployment, and operation. Last but not least, what should be decided by the user experience, not all the network performance indicators. Today, thank you for your attention. Tomorrow, thank you for your effort. I do believe everyone can benefit from the digital-enabled green future. The future should be shifted with more with less was. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Philip. So really, more bits, more values, less watts, less carbon. I think that's the way to go. So, okay, so heard from Huawei. Let's listen again to carriers, operators, and I have the pleasure to introduce to you Orange Group, Senior Vice President of Energy, and he will talk to us about Orange challenges when it comes to reducing the carbon emission and what's their strategy. So let's put our hands together to welcome Hervé Souquet.
Hello, everyone. I will try to speak about energy. I'm in charge of energy of Orange. So I have prepared a 2-hour presentation, but since my first goal is to reduce the energy we spend, I will make it in 15 minutes. Yeah, it's a good start. I'll try to. So in Orange, we have a purpose. We want to give everyone the key to a responsible world. Energy is key for this, clearly. And in such a way, we have committed We have committed to be net zero carbon by 240, which means that we have committed to reduce our emission by 30% in 2025 compared to 2015, and to have half of our electricity to be from green sources in 2025. In which context are we evolving today? The context we are evolving is a challenging one. Why? Because we need to decarbonate our world, which means we need more electricity. In fact, we need to nearly double the electricity needs of the world. It means also the price of electricity will grow, because at the same time, this electricity has to move from carbonated electricity to non-carbonated electricity. So, more electricity, more expensive electricity. At the same time, we want to be less. We want to spend less. And this is our energy equation as a telco. What we are looking at is to spend less cost and to generate less carbon. But both of them are driven by the usage. And if we don't do anything, the usage are proportional to the traffic. In order to work on this, we have to influence the nature of energy, and we have to influence our efficiency. For this, we need to put in place a dedicated governance. It has to be a transversal governance. In the past, energy used to be either for the financial guy, we were looking at the cost, or for the CSR guy, which are looking at the carbon. Now, we have to move over. We have to work together transversally, finance, CSR, but also sourcing. Sourcing is very important because sourcing influences the type of equipment and the energy efficiency of equipment we are using, and also influence the energy we are buying. As such, in Orange, we have set up a complete panorama or tools to govern of energy efficiency with group energy steering strategically, with quarterly review at BU ExCom level, with energy action plan review quarterly also, and with energy sourcing committee. This allows us to deploy this governance, and one of the tricky and very key small things is that our top manager in Orange Group are incentivized based on the carbon results. It's basic, but it's very important. All the top management of Orange Group are incentivized on the carbon performance. So let's go to the energy action plan. This is an example of dashboard. In one column is one country. In line, you have some of the action plan, action items. We have a complete set of portfolio of more than 50 action items that we push to all the country. In the dashboard, we extract the more important one, and we challenge each of the country, where do you stand? How much do you implement? What are the savings generated? It allows us to share experience and ensure that everyone is moving on the right direction. It allows us to drive also through a simple dashboard. Simple dashboard is based on 4 elements. The first one is economic efficiency, where we calculate the ratio between ITN energy OPEX and revenue. It's very simple, straightforward. Anyone can understand that if you degraded this KPI, you degraded your EBITDA, and you have a problem. And then you can benchmark yourself. Then we have 2 technical KPI. The first one is RAN kilowatt-hour per gigabyte. Most of our operation, RAN is about 80% of the energy usage. So by monitoring RAN kilowatt-hour per gigabyte and benchmarking between our peers, between our different operations, we can see how good we are and what is the progress that are possible. The second technical KPI is power usage effectiveness, PUE. It's well-known standards, data center energy efficiency. Again, very simple. It allowed everyone to benchmark itself to understand where we stand, how far we are still to progress. And the last KPI is about carbon. It's a renewable energy ratio. Since we have to achieve, remember, we have committed to be net zero carbon by 2040, and we have committed to reduce by 30% our carbon footprint in 2025. This ratio of renewable energy is very important to drive this effort. Thanks to all this, where do we stand? The good news is that we have been able in Europe to achieve the break the curves challenge. Traffic is growing over roughly 30% per year, but total energy usage has been flat in 2021 compared to 2020. This is a very good achievement. We are very proud of this. Second very good news, the cost impact is that also in Europe, we are able to nearly stabilize our energy cost in 2021 compared to 2022. It will be more challenging in 2022, very clearly. So it's good news. We are progressing very well in Europe, little more challenging in Middle East and Africa because the context is a little more difficult, and also access to green energy, as it was presented by our GSMA just before, it's much more difficult today in Africa. We have to work together to make green energy accessible, usable across Africa. Last but not least, carbon footprint. Remember, energy challenge is about to consume less energy, to spend less on energy cost, and to reduce carbon footprint. We are on track. Carbon footprint is challenging. It started to move in the right direction. The first move we are focusing is Scope 1 and Scope 2, so the carbon footprint we are directly in charge of. And here we are on track to reach our 2025 objective. The second challenge will be Scope 3, the overall carbon footprint. And this is something we can only win if we work together. It has to be an industry challenge. It cannot be achieved alone. It's not the Huawei or another telco supplier or Vodafone or Orange which can alone achieve our carbon objective. It's an industry challenge, and we need together. So, as a summary, Orange roadmap on energy is very simple. Yes, less usage for less cost and less carbon. In order to reach this, we have to work as a transversal challenge across the company. Everyone is a company, is an actor, and/or is impacted by energy. The traditional legacy approach between technical guy looking at best network KPI, CSR guy looking at make it green, and financial guy spend less doesn't work anymore. We have to work together. The first step, of course, is energy efficiency. And we can succeed in breaking the energy usage curve. And this is a very good news for the whole industry. The second step is energy sourcing expertise. We need to select correctly the right equipment we are using to be energy efficient. We need to select correctly the right purchasing way for energy. PPA, solar farm, long-term contract, solar as a service, ESCO, working with a tower co-partner, and so on and so on. Market tool in Europe, very important. In this challenge, cost and carbon cannot be separated. If we try to work on one way only, we will fail. And the last but not least, I already talked about it, the next battle is about Scope 3. It's our industrial responsibility, to jointly win this battle and reduce our carbon footprint. Thank you.
Thank you, Hervé. Thank you so much, and thank you for sharing your roadmap also for energy. And I'm glad you mentioned the collaboration, because the green stuff is not going to be done by itself. So you've noticed through some of the presentation, even Dr. Philip's presentation, that he referenced GESI. So GESI is an industrial organization. Their vision is, I don't know whether I understood it, sustainability through green, or green sustainability through transformation, or transformation through sustainability. So anyhow, they have great vision, they have great research. So I'm pleased to introduce to you the CEO of GESI, and he will let us know what it's all about. So let's welcome Lewis Nevis.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for the invitation. A small introduction to GESI. We are an industry organization, so many companies, ICT companies, are our members. We are a global organization, and we have been working on sustainability for the last 20 years. So I must say with regret that many companies are spending money now for things that we have done 5 years ago. So we have research in GESI and data in GESI that is available to our members and to many other companies, and that's why our research is quoted in many places, is used by the European Commission, by global organizations, by universities, and I still see some companies spending money talking about things that we have been talking about 10 years back, and I will show it to you. But we envision a sustainable world through responsible ICT-enabled transformation. And the word responsible is very important, because I see many with small talk, but with very little practice. And we need to acknowledge as an industry that we are not doing enough. We are a multi-billion industry in the world, and we are the ones that can transform the world for good in a sustainable manner. So we can do good and we can make money. And I'm showing that to you because this is not about the ICT footprint. This is about what we can enable others to do. Our technologies are the fundamental technologies that will provide the transformational change for a low-carbon economy. So we are an organization that I used to say we always talk about positive things, but we also acknowledge what is going wrong in our industry. But we convey a thought leadership message, and we strive to drive a positive and transformative agenda. So the GESI member companies and those companies that sit in the GESI board, most of those actors, if I may say so, they come from the sustainability departments of our members. So they have deep knowledge on sustainability, and they have been fighting internally in their own companies to convey the message and the value of sustainability. And many people in the companies, being CTOs, being CMOs, being CEOs, they have not yet understood the value of that. So there is a need for transformational change. And why? Because the world is going in the wrong direction. So in our Smarter 2030 report, we analyzed, this is data from the IPCC, so the body that provides the information about what's going on in the world in terms of carbon emissions. And the predictions were that by 2030, in a business as usual, we will be at around 64 gigatons of CO2 emissions. Probably Masamba will let me know that probably is more than that now, the prediction. So the emissions in 2015 were 52 gigatons. And in our study, we came to the conclusion that the ICT industry could reduce 12 gigatons of CO2. And my predecessor from Huawei, Mr. So, already mentioned the 20% number. So we can reduce, if you look here, 10 times more than our own footprinting. And so we have been doing these reports since 2007. We did the first smart report with McKinsey, the second one with Boston Consulting, the third one with Accenture Strategy, and then the last one, Digital with Purpose, with Deloitte in 2019. And why have we been doing these reports? Because we wanted to understand how the industry is going. These are multi-million reports. We paid a lot of money to do these global reports with these consultancies, as you can imagine. What do you see? You see that the ICT footprint is not going up, it's coming down. But it's coming down for two reasons. One is that we are becoming more efficient, and the other reason is that the global emissions are growing much faster than our own energy consumption and than our own footprinting. So there is, in part, an efficiency layer, so we are doing better, but the other part is that the world is still going in the wrong direction. Then, as you can see, when we look at the enabling factor, only from 2007 to 2015, in 8 years, it doubled from 1 to 5 to 1 to 10. So that means we are having a positive impact in the overall society through our enabling technologies. And when I listen to conversation about these wonderful technologies, 5G, you look at me. I started to work in a telecoms submarine cable station at the age of 17, and I'm today 69 years old. So 42 years old, 42 years ago, and when I remember the submarine cable station and the copper cable, that, by the way, is still there, at that time, that cable could only carry 200 conversations. And that same cable now carries everything. And this is the technological evolution that is taking place. So I'm not worried about these wonderful developments. They will continue to happen, to be faster, much faster, and to be better. That's great news. And that makes great money for the companies and for those that develop those technologies. But the question is, how do we make sure that at the same time we walk the talk and we also use those benefits and transform them and we put them back into the society? And so, as you can see from this history of reports, from 2007 to 2019, all of these reports show a great impact of digital technologies. And you can see by sector. So, mobility, 3.6 gigatons of CO2, down, 2.7 on manufacturing, 2.0 on agriculture, buildings, energy, and so on. So we have been analyzing every single sector to understand what is the impact of digital. But we also analyze the business value around this. So what can technology do for all these sectors and for the industry itself? So we're talking about 11 trillion of business value that we can generate. So there is a clear business case around being sustainable. And by the way, many companies in our industry have not yet understood that because they are not able to quantify that. Although we have those calculations, we have the methodologies in place, and we have what any company needs to calculate and to communicate about that. So this is the result of our research. But as we do reports, in 2019, I asked myself, as CEO of Jesse, why are we doing more reports? We have been doing reports for 10 years. We invested a lot of money into these reports. And the conclusions are becoming exponential. But the problem is, we have not yet been able to walk the talk. We are not walking the talk. We are coming here to Barcelona every year. We are going to many different places every year to show how wonderful our technologies are. But everybody understands that. My son understands that. But the problem is that we need urgent action. We need to walk the talk. We need to move. Because our Digital with Purpose report, where we analyzed 400 case studies, came to the conclusion that we can impact positively the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, 22% of them, and we can mitigate the downtrend of 23% of them. So if we can do that, that means we can help the health sector, we can help education, we can help poverty, we can help climate, we can do almost everything. But we need to change. We need to have a different attitude as a company. And we should not only think about the customer experience, for Christ's sake, and about the telephone and the wireless in the toilet. My kid now goes to the toilet to play with the mobile. Is this the good thing? I think we're going in the wrong direction. We need to start thinking about as human beings. We need time for technology, but we need time for ourselves. So if my son comes from school and this refugee coming from school is going to the toilet to play his mobile, something is going wrong in my family. That doesn't work. I'm sorry. So providing wireless connectivity at my place in the toilet is not my top priority. So, moving on, what have we decided? We decided in Jesse to start a different way. We need digital technologies with purpose. The technologies need to be there to help those in need in the health industry, educating better people, and so on and so on. That's what we need. So we need a movement of leaders, and I say again, leaders. Because if I would ask the CEOs of many companies about sustainability, what they can talk about is about carbon and renewable energy. And this is not sustainability. Sustainability is much more than that. So we started a movement that we call Digital with Purpose. We are asking the companies to make commitments. That's the entry point of the movement. Recommit to the 2030 Agenda of the United Nations. Take action on climate. Embrace principles of transparency and collaboration. And harness the power of digital technologies. So the business component of this. And this is what we need to do. Because if we don't do this, what will we continue to make it? And Masamba knows it. We go to the climate summit and we make a lot of promises. I will reduce 20% of my carbon emissions up to 2050. But when the climate summit ends, nobody talks about it again. So all those promises vanish. And by the way, if all those promises would be accomplished and realized, the world will be saved by now. If you put all those things together, you would save the world immediately. For Christ's sake, we need to change the conversation. We need to be serious with ourselves. And that's what we try to do in GSE. I'm not saying that we are perfect. Don't misunderstand me. But what we are putting in place is a framework to measure. By the way, the companies that want to be part of this, they will be measured. First of all, they need to change their purpose. And the purpose of a company is not only make money, it's more than that. Any company has to give a contribution to the society because the company is part of the society. The company has workers. The company has families of workers. The company lives in an environment. So we need to address the purpose of a company. That means from the CEO, from the top to the down, you need to look into every single thing where you can bring value. I was the Chief Sustainability Officer of Deutsche Telekom. Everything that I used to touch in the company, I was making profit from a sustainability perspective. Being the network, being the sales, being supply chain, whatever. So we need to have a different purpose in our companies. Second, we need to use our technologies to help the others. And finally, we need to take responsibility, not only on climate change. We have huge problems on security and privacy. We have huge problems on circular economy. We have huge problems on supply chain. And we have huge problems on integrating the overall society into the digital economy, because billions of people, they do not have yet access to technology. So that's, again, business. That's about how we leverage our capacity. And that's why I invite you to come to this summit. We will be organizing in Lisbon, the 3rd to the 5th of October, the Digital with Purpose Summit. I would like to see which ones of you have those technologies that help those 11 billion people in this world where we will be living in a couple of years' time. If we have 11 billion people in 2050 or 2100, that means the challenges that we have today, they will be much, much bigger. And for that, for having a sustainable planet, we need to address people's needs. So we need digital with a purpose. We need to think about our technologies for people. How technologies can help cities to be better, how technologies can help people in its different activities and different environments. And because we are a global organization, and we have been recognized as a leading association, we are leading the European Digital Coalition. So we are developing a methodology to measure how you can calculate your solution, your digital solution, how your solution can enable others. That methodology will be developed by Jesse together with other industry associations to provide a framework how to measure. But I tell you one thing, we already have this done. What it will be done now, we will try to apply that at European level, and then we would like to apply it at global level. So you can measure, if you have a good technology, what does that mean for the sector or for the people or the institution where that technology will be applied. So that's it about me, about Jesse. I hope that I was not too hard on you, but I needed to convey this message. And these are companies of the Digital with Purpose movement that we started this year. You can see we have Huawei, Telstra, NTT, Bell, Accenture, Deloitte. And the interesting thing is that we have many partners. So we gathered now global partners around the world, universities, global agencies, Deloitte, Columbia University, Cambridge. All these organizations are working with us to develop this framework and to put this in motion together. If we realize this, you'll see that people will no longer come to you asking you about your carbon footprint. That's not the question. And Mr. So clearly said there are many misunderstandings. And I think I proved to you where those misunderstandings are very clearly. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks. Thanks, Lois, for your motivational and passionate presentation. So now let's carry on. And now we want to hear again from an operator in Europe what's their roadmap or path towards net zero. So happy to have the head of energy performance at Vodafone Group. So let's put our hands together to welcome Bernd Levin.
Okay, thank you very much for having me. So my presentation will cover how energy and climate change fits into the wider planet ambition from Vodafone, what challenges we face to reduce our own carbon footprint, and what our roadmap is to reach net zero. The Vodafone purpose covers 3 pillars. It's the digital society, its inclusion for all, and its planet. Within the planet, energy and climate change is the most material impact that we have as a business, and followed by e-waste or device waste as a second most material impact for our own operations. But we also have a big enabler, as a number of the speakers already presented. As telco industry, we can help others, enable others to reduce their carbon footprint to a much larger extent than the contribution we have to climate change. However, I want to focus on how do we reduce our own carbon footprint. So looking at our targets, the ultimate aim is to be net zero by 2040 across our global operations, including supply chain and the products and services we sell, and our investment, for example, Vodafone investments in India or other countries. We have broken down this net zero target in a number of steps because 2040 is obviously a long way in the future. So we've defined some interim steps that we want to achieve on the way. So last year, from July onwards, we have 100% renewable electricity supply for all our operations in Europe. And we are working towards increasing that percentage in our African countries. The big challenges we face in Africa is that regulatory frameworks don't exist to that extent that they are in Europe. So, for example, it's very difficult to source power purchase agreements because there's no regulation how I get the electricity from a solar farm, which I can contract with, to my sites where I use the electricity. So we're working with a lot of governments in Egypt and South Africa, etc., to build these regulatory frameworks so that we and others can buy renewable electricity in a credible way and add to more renewable supply in these countries. By 2030, we want to reduce all of our emissions to zero, and that includes Scope 1 emissions, so the direct emissions from diesel generators and other sources on site, and the electricity that we buy. And by 2040, we then want to reduce our supply chain and the indirect emissions as well to net zero. So a bit the dimensions for Vodafone. So we use almost 6 terawatt hours of electricity across our 20 countries. That's similar to the annual electricity consumption of a small country like Luxembourg. Last year, we sourced around 50% from renewables, and that will increase this year significantly with all of Europe being on renewable tariffs or sourcing PPAs. Our energy bill is quite substantial, and as you know from the media, it's going up in the next years. The majority of consumption sits in our access side, so mobile access makes up about 60%, fixed access 13%. We don't have fixed networks in all the countries where we are. A quarter roughly in our technology centers, data centers, and only a very small part in office and retail. So therefore, the focus for me in technology is on the two left groups of sites. Our big challenge, and Orange presented similar challenges, our data traffic grows by 50% year on year. Over the last years, we have managed to keep energy consumption roughly flat. That was mainly because of different energy efficiency projects and also migrating from 3G to 4G, shutting down the 3G networks in Europe, which we are making good progress on. So moving to the next technology generation helps on that journey, but we have the challenge now with 5G, which is an overlay network, that we see an absolute consumption increase, and especially in the first few years when the 5G network is not fully utilized, it's obviously takes some time to get to the efficiency gains that we expect from the new network generation. Looking at our carbon footprint, so on the left-hand side you see how our carbon footprint is broken down. The majority sits in Scope 2, so that's all the electricity we buy, and as I said, that's shifting over to renewables, and the rest is pulled out, the 20% is Scope 1 emissions. So half of that is from our diesel backup generators. So especially in Africa or in the remote areas in Europe, Scottish Islands, Greece, etc., we have off-grid sites. And in Africa, we also have a lot of power outages. Yeah? So the grid just doesn't provide power several hours a day. Then our sites run on on diesel generators, and that obviously creates a carbon footprint. So my ambition is by 2030 to get rid of most of the diesel that we use, using other sources, renewable sources, or connecting the sites to the grid. 30% is from refrigerant gases, fire suppressant. So we also need technology innovation in that space, that we can work with more free cooling and that we can replace the air conditioning system with others with more climate-friendly refrigerant gases. A small chunk is from transport, which is our fleet, which we are switching over to electric vehicles over the next few years. On the right-hand side, you see the priority of action. Energy efficiency is obviously the highest priority for us. It's not just the best thing we can do for the environment. It's also typically a financially favorable case, whereas the further down you go in the list of priorities, it's less beneficial for the environment and it tends to cost more money. So we focus really on the top 3 as a priority of our strategy. Here are a few examples on the topics that we do around energy efficiency, the different initiatives. It's pretty much what most of the operators do. We use more efficient hardware, we activate low power modes via software features, we invest in power, cooling, controls, metering and all these technologies. What makes us a little bit unique, as far as I know, we are rolling out ISO 50001 energy management standards across our operations globally. So we want to really cover all of our markets under the ISO standard to give it a consistent structure, accountability on board level in each market, and a consistency how we manage energy across the group. Looking a bit more into the renewable topic, and I thought Philippe's picture earlier was quite interesting. Only 1% of the towers are currently supplied by renewable electricity on site. So I want to change that. Yeah? So I'm very keen to drive technology innovation in the renewable space, that we have more on-site generation. A few examples here. These are mainly office buildings, technology sites, where we installed solar rooftop. Payback time typically 5 to 10 years, and it can cover 10–15% typically of a site. So we still have a high dependency on grid supply because we just don't have the space to generate as much renewable electricity on site. These solar flowers at the bottom, they've proven quite interesting as a talking point. When we put them up in our headquarters or so, a lot of our employees start talking about it, and we make energy a topic with our colleagues, which is always good. Looking at access sites, so we installed a number of solar sites. We've got around 1,200 sites with solar. Globally, 800 of those run solar battery, and the others have some form of backup. Typically, it's a diesel generator. In some cases, it's fuel cells running on methanol or hydrogen or other fuels. The problem we face with solar on tower sites is often we can't cover the whole consumption from renewables. In the bigger sites, which are more in the urban areas, we don't have the space to cover the load. And in the smaller sites, we often face vandalism, theft. It often requires a backup source or big battery banks to be fully renewable on these sites. So we are still looking at what is the best setup, what are alternatives we can bring in to have an overall solution that can make us more independent or fully independent from the grid. We've experimented a bit with different wind technologies. So on the left-hand side, you see a project currently run by Vantage Towers, which is a subsidiary of Vodafone, a spin-off. They've developed with a startup a microturbine, which can be retrofitted on existing towers. The POC was successful, and we are now rolling this out to 52 sites across Germany. And if that's proved successful, we can then scale across the group. In the UK, we are working with another startup with a different turbine type, working at lower rotational speed, having less vibration. It's a new turbine, so we want to test it in the field now on 2 sites in the UK and see if it's feasible for wider deployment. And then on the right-hand side, you see a site in Safaricom, which is a partner market from Vodafone, where the wind turbine is integrated in a tower. So when we build new towers, we could build a different construction where we integrate the wind turbine. So we are very keen on testing new solutions, including fuel cells and and other alternatives, and we are really looking for innovation with our partners. So in a nutshell, for me, there are lots of challenges on getting more towers on renewable supply, both on grid-connected towers to take them more off-grid and also replace diesel during power outages, but especially on the remote sites. And I haven't come across good solutions that would allow me to scale, which are reliable, climate-friendly, and reasonably cost-effective. So I feel we need to innovate in that space. And as you heard from other speakers, we're all keen to move in that direction. So we create the demand. We're looking at our supply chain to now develop these solutions for us so that we can deploy them at scale. But we also need support from regulators and politicians to create regulatory frameworks. So for example, if we talk about hydrogen, the regulation around it, or R&D, in certain areas, R&D funding and market entry funding. So these are things the regulators could bring to the party, and especially in African countries, to overcome some of these barriers on PPAs. So I'm very keen to work with all of you together on this, and if you have similar interest in driving renewables on access sites, please reach out and we have a chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bert. All right, so we'll move on to check other carriers' roadmap or ways to enhance the efficiency. And now we will hear from the Senior VP and the Head of Global Operation of Telenor Group. And he will let us know how to bring more and further efficiency to global operation. Let's welcome Tanweer Mohammed.
Thank you very much. So the topic I'm going to talk about is how we are seeing energy as a part of operation, what kind of trend we are seeing, and how to really address that. So before going more into detail, let's talk about how from the Telenor point of view we see energy and the climate. We are going through revolution. We have gone through the industrial revolution. We are also going through the telecommunication and the ICT revolution. But with all this advancement, what we are seeing, say we have gone from 2G to 3G to 4G, we are taking enormous capacity into the network. We are taking more and more data. But at the same time, what we are seeing from the telecommunication point of view, that we are consuming more and more energy. And if it goes in this way, what is happening, we are not really doing the right kind of treatment to our mother nature. The temperature is increasing, and if it goes on this way, it is not far future that many part of the world where we live will be going under the water. So as a part of a socially responsible company, we from Telenor, we also feel that we need to address this. As a part of the Paris Climate Agreement, we also are committed to that, and we'll be going in the following slides that how we are actually addressing that. So from Telenor, this can be classified into three major scopes. So if I very briefly talk about the scope one, which is the direct emissions. That means, to run our network, the kind of carbon emission, what we are doing directly. It can be from the running of the diesel generators for our base stations. And then the scope two is, we buy electricity. We take the grid connection in most of the countries. But unfortunately, the way the grid is produced, it's not very, very carbon friendly in most part of the world. In the Nordic or the European region, we see it in a better kind of situation. But if you go to Asia, where we have our operations, a lot of fossil fuel is also being used for production of electricity. So the scope 2 is actually that part. And last but not the least is the scope 3. Because in an operation like ours, we cannot do it alone. We have lots and lots of partners. We have partners like Huawei. We have other big partners. So what is also very important to make sure that the partners we are working with, they also take this science-based target into their strategy, and they also have a grip onto the situation. So what we are doing, from scope 1 and 2, our target is we took a baseline of 2019, our carbon level. In Asia, by 2030, we'll be bringing it down to 50%. And in the Nordic, by 2030, we'll make it a carbon neutral kind of operation. And for our partners, the target that 68% of our partners, they'll be taking their SBT targets by the year 2025. And how we are going to achieve it? It is through the modernization of the network, through high efficiency rectifiers, batteries, the power saving features, how to convert indoors into outdoors, about your supply, and also the commitment of the suppliers. I'll be going more detail in the following slide. So one very interesting part is, we have been seeing that, as I mentioned, we are taking more and more data into the network, and as a result, the energy consumption is also getting high. So we took a target in 2020 that, this ever-increasing curve, which was increasing in the rate of around 10 to 12% year on year, can it be reversed? So in the previous slide, I was mentioning that, a lot of things, like many of our base stations, we have air conditioners. Does air conditioner do anything to generate for the generation of the minutes or the data? No, it doesn't. So we tried to see how to take out of that. So by bringing all this efficiency, by using the energy efficiency features, in 2020, it was the first year where we could reverse the curve. So instead of increasing, say, 10 to 12% year on year, in 2020, we could reduce our consumption by around 1.5%. Unfortunately, what we are again seeing, since 5G is coming in many of our networks, we are expanding capacity by almost 3 to 4 times. It has started increasing again. So 2021, we saw some increase. The kind of forecast what we have in 2022, it also shows increment in the consumption. So you see, from 2G, 3G, 4G, so if the curve is like that we are getting into new technology, we are building enormous capacity for our customers, but at the same time, we are consuming more energy. It's for sure, some of our previous speakers also said that we are getting more efficient. To carry, traffic, we are using much less kind of kilowatts. But at the same time, on a holistic level, on an aggregated level, for an operator like us, it's increasing. For many countries where we operate, like if I give an example like Pakistan or Bangladesh, it is also getting to an unsustainable kind of level. So this really needs a very close address. So if I move forward, the energy consumption was increasing, but another big impact what is also creating onto our operation is the cost. Our cost of operation is also getting high. It's because of definitely higher consumption, and unfortunately, the rates, the grid tariffs, the diesel prices, they are also increasing. So from the operational profitability point of view also, we are feeling the hit. So moving forward, the way we wanted to see it, we actually bisected it. We understood that if we really need to address this, we have to cover both the demand part of the ecosystem and also the supply part of the ecosystem. We formed a project in Telenor, we named it Project Thunderbolt, and we started deep diving in all these areas, giving some examples on the demand side. Say, if you have much efficient kind of equipment, that should reduce your demand. If you can take out the air conditioner, that should reduce your demand. All the energy saving features, if you can roll out, that will improve your demand, the data center, the high efficiency batteries, and the site consolidation. Similarly, from the supply side, from a very dirty kind of grid, if you can really have a good, clean source of energy, you can definitely help the cause. We had lots of sites which were not connected with the grid. So we started connecting. So instead of, when you compare running it only by diesel to, grid connected, which may not be very, very, clean, but still that gave efficiency, the general removal, peak of peak kind of metering and all these things. So that was our approach, from Project Thunderbolt, what we, carried out. So if I go a little bit into the detail, we talked about the modernization of the network. We are putting more data onto the cloud so that, the data centers are also getting lighter. But then one very important part is coming, which is AI ML based operations. When we talk about the features, efficiency features, it improves their energy consumption. But sometimes it also takes some toll from the customer experience. So what we'd like to do, especially from the partners, from the big partners, to really bring up solutions which will minimize that customer experience part. That means we can roll out these features in a much more aggressive kind of way. So that, and the good thing is we have already done POC with some of our partners, and the initial results, that are started to be very, very promising. The energy management tools. When we, use our partners for our operation, it is also very important what kind of tools they are using, so that they can take the efficiency from the total value chain. About removal of the legacy. If you have a copper network, how to get rid of that. 2G, 3G, the non-efficient kind of technologies, how we can also get into a better situation that. And then bringing more green solutions. In Telenor, we have around close to 4,000 sites which are running on solar. In the Nordic operation, we are also trying to see that whether we can get even the grid connection from the green source also. In Asia, it will not be so easy, but at least we have the vision in our strategy. So going forward, after discussing all these things, since this session has also been arranged by one of our big partners, there are certain expectations from the partners as well. One is, there has to be innovation. The RAN itself takes the major part of the energy consumption. How to bring in more efficiency there? One pilot is going on about a new type of antenna, which injects the signals directly. About all the AI ML based kind of features. So these kind of innovations have to be in the forefront of the partners' focus as well. Then about the very efficient rectifiers. It sounds sometimes, to talk about rectifiers at this very, age of 5G, but you'd be, quite surprised to see that we still have rectifiers at some part of a network which has efficiency of say 90%, while there are 96% efficiency available. So this 6% is getting lost without creating any sort of value. And last but not the least, we also need to have our partners to embrace the SBT-based targets as well. So finally, what we'd like to say is, this is definitely a very, very challenging area, but at the same time, if we can really work together from the operator side, very close focus from the partner side, with the right kind of help of the government and regulators, I think there is a very good future for us. We can address this very challenging issue. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Anwir. A very comprehensive presentation when it comes to enhancing the efficiency. So now we're not done from the green session yet, because we still have one presentation from KPN, but that would be online at the very last end of the forum. But now we wanted to start the third part of the forum, which is the new IT, new growth. So here is the agenda. Here is what you will see and you will hear from in this presentation. I know it's been a big meal, but trust me, it's a very delicious meal. And you will feel how delicious the meal is when you go back home, when you feel like your head is really doing like that. Anyhow, so let's start the IT session by watching that video. So let's welcome our first speaker, and who can open that better than Huawei Executive Director of the Board and Chairman of ICT Infrastructure Managing Board. So let's welcome Huawei David Wang.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Before we start, I would like to welcome you to the Plus IT New Growth Summit. And thank you all for the support you have shown Huawei. In recent years, we have seen a rapid development of emerging technologies like 5G, IoT, and cloud computing. Huawei's Global Industry Vision Report has found that by 2030, we will see the number of the global connections boom, growing from 10 billion people to the 200 billion things. The world will generate 1 yottabyte of data annually, 22 times more than in 2020. And the general computing power will reach 3.3 zettaflops with 32-bit floating point precision. Heterogeneous computing power will reach 105 zettaflops with 16-bit floating point precision, a 500-fold increase over what we could achieve in 2020. All of this is proof of just how important industrial digital transformation will be in the coming decade. Industrial digital transformation creates a huge number of opportunities for carriers. But first, carriers will have to focus on accelerating their own digital transformation. Thanks to the rapid rollout of 5G, carriers will soon need to be able to launch new services, including B2C and B2H services, in just a couple of weeks or even days, as well as support rapid network rollout and business innovation. Data volume is also increasing exponentially. Business support system data will grow 7.5 times over, and the B2C high-definition video services will see 1,000% traffic surge. Big data analytics volume will increase 5-fold. All of this will increase the requirement carriers must meet in terms of service data storage, analytics, and processing. Second, carriers will have to enable industry to go digital. In China alone, industry cloudification will create a market space worth $460 billion. This can be further broken down into a roughly $200 billion market for connectivity and a $260 billion tangible market space for carriers to continue exploring and expanding cloud networks. According to the latest figures, DICT services have become a new engine of growth for China's top 3 carriers, with a CAGR of 40%. All of these trends will create new requirements for carriers' IT infrastructure, and so carriers will need to upgrade their IT infrastructure. Shorter time to market and new services can only be achieved with a cloud-native development architecture and process. Higher data resource utilization and effective flow can only be achieved with unified data pools. And increased management efficiency and shorter troubleshooting times will be made possible with unified multi-cloud management. So we keep seeing carriers will need to help industry go digital. But how? These are 2 answers. 1, multiple cloud collaboration. Carriers will need the ability to deploy the different types of clouds, including on-premise clouds, public clouds, and edge clouds. This will allow them to address the wide array of reliability, data protection, and latency requirements customers from different industries have. 2, securing quick wins for industry. Carriers should prioritize solutions and experience for material scenarios that will help industry customers move production management systems and innovation services onto the cloud. This will greatly speed up the transformation process. To help carriers better deal with all these new requirements, Huawei has created an intelligent IT foundation for carriers that we will explore further during this summit. This foundation includes a fully collaborative distributed cloud and all-scenario data pool, The fully collaborative distributed cloud is a handy tool for carriers to achieve ICT orchestration, cloud network synergy, and cloud edge synergy. It is the industry's first ever distributed cloud-native solution created by Huawei Cloud. With these solutions, carriers can provide guaranteed experiences for app users unlimited by geography, multi-cloud collaboration, and data traffic. Huawei Cloud offers both the data and the media platforms as a service for carriers and a pass for industry. One day, we hope to offer everything as a service. By the end of 2021, Huawei Cloud and its partner had already built 61 availability zones in 27 areas to serve more than 170 countries and regions. We have also started working with more than 120 carriers in the cloud services market to help enterprise customers go digital. We provide more than 50 scenario-specific cloud services for 9 vertical markets, such as manufacturing, retail, and healthcare to go digital. Creating an all-scenario data pool makes it possible for carriers to run data faster, maximize the data resource utilization, and manage data more easily. Our new industry-leading one storage solution supports on-demand resource provision, intelligent data management, and multiple cloud convergence. It is our best for carriers who want to keep their data infrastructure up to date and explore new business. By the end of 2021, Huawei had supported over 300 carriers worldwide with our intelligent and efficient data storage services. And our Ocean Store Dorado solution had been named a leader in Gartner's Magic Quadrant for 6 years in a row. Our broad portfolio of solutions had been used to great success around the world. One European carrier customer addressed an explosion in storage demand from video services by reducing equipment room space by 44% and energy consumption by 50% using Huawei Ocean Store Pacific. Another European customer addressed some of its biggest pain points by migrating 9 of its existing data centers with our professional data migration service, which provides 60% faster transformation speed and 0 interruptions. In Latin America, our all-flash storage solution helped yet another customer remove services performance bottlenecks caused by a spike in data volume in its core system and shorten billing cycle by 66%. In addition to this strong portfolio of products, I'm proud to announce that we will also be launching a brand new storage product during this summit. Please stay tuned to learn more about it. Reliable, efficient, and intelligent IT infrastructure is critical for carriers to go digital. Huawei wants to continue working with carriers to roll out IT infrastructure and help industry go digital. This is how we will all achieve new growth together. I hope this IT summit will be a great success and a rewarding experience for all of you. Please take care. Thank you.
Thanks, David. All right, so that was the opening of the IT Summit. Now let's welcome our first speaker on that session. And he's from Safaricom. Sorry, he was from Safaricom, and he will let us know how to create digital-first technology environment, how to enhance digital-first capability to construct digital-first organization. Let's welcome the CIO of Safaricom. Let's welcome George Jaguna.
Good evening. I hope you're all well. I know every speaker who's been on stage before me is in a suit, but you'll excuse me because, including him, my team is largely comprising Gen Y and Gen Z, and every time I wear a suit, they think I'm going to resign. and they're watching online, so I had to stay true to our Gen Y, Gen Z. So allow me today to just, and I'm great, we're having an IT topic at MWC. I'll confess it's my first MWC, and I'm quite excited about this whole telco vibe happening, and IT, who's often the small brother in telco, being on stage says a lot. I'll take you back to Alexander Graham Bell, and one I think of his most profound quotes is, sometimes we stare too long at a door that's closing that we fail to see the one that's opening. I actually didn't know that that came from him, but as I was doing a bit of my research for my topic, I came across it. So I'll be talking a bit about cloud as a foundation for digital transformation, and hopefully I'll get a few thoughts, ideas, conversations going that can help us in this journey. But first of all, who are we? Safaricom is a company based in Nairobi, Kenya. And we started in the year 2000. And I'd like to say we're a young company, but we've been largely successful in what we're doing. Our biggest purpose is really to transform lives. And we talk about putting people and purpose before profit. And I think everything we do really centers on having the customer first. And this is the ethos that guides everything that we do. So far, we've built an $11 billion company that has over 6,000 staff. And these are the stats from our half-year results, but we're serving over 40 million Kenyans, and we contribute 6.5% and above to Kenya's GDP. Our mobile money platform, M-Pesa, is perhaps the most successful mobile money platform on the globe. And we've been able to actually make a lot of waves through a lot of innovation on how financial inclusion can be addressed through M-Pesa. We've moved into other solutions, really playing even in agriculture and healthcare, and looking to do much, much more as part of our digital transformation journey. We're quite passionate about our sustainable development goals, and really always pushing the envelope on how much we can do. I think at the core of our promise is really that we want to meet the customer needs through innovative solutions that enrich their lives. I think it's not just putting out technology for the sake of it, but really putting out technology that is relevant to customers. Now, what's been interesting for me is, as I was looking at the topic on digital transformation, is whereas digitization can be traced to the 1940s, digital transformation perhaps traces to 2014. IDC are telling us that this year, the spend on digital transformation will be about $2 trillion. At the same time, we have Deloitte telling us that companies that embarked, and large enterprises to be specific, on this digital transformation journey are spending twice as much and taking twice as long to meet their goal. So there's something about this digital transformation thing that on one hand we're getting right, and on the other hand we're actually not getting right. According to Deloitte, they believe, and research they've done, they believe 53% of the companies are actually not achieving their digital transformation journey because of culture. And many of you who've read books by Peter Drucker will know that he says that culture eats strategy for breakfast. So there's something on tech and something on culture, and I hope in my talk over the next 5-10 minutes that I'll be able to touch on a few topics that are able to address this divide. So our CEO launched a new vision last year, and he said we're going to be a purpose-led technology company. I spoke a bit about our numbers. I think by this half year, we've done about $1.4 billion, a bit higher than the previous year, continuing to grow our customer base. And many of you may have seen that we got the first mobile money license for an external company to go into Ethiopia. It's the largest foreign direct investment by a Kenya company since our independence in 1963. And we're very proud that we're able to actually take money out of the Kenya economy to invest in another country, because we believe our vision of transforming lives is not just about Kenya, but it's actually about East Africa and really Africa and the globe. We've seen an interesting mix around our revenue. Whereas our traditional revenue voice is facing a lot of pressure, we've seen our mobile money revenue, M-Pesa, begin to contribute 37%, and we believe at the end of this year, 50% of our revenue. But our voice revenue has actually begun to spike by us utilizing big data and being able to offer customer value management propositions to our customers, and really seeing voice as well as data beginning to turn in a different direction. Now, everything we do is not only guided by our vision, by our mission. So we're saying by 2025, we just don't want to be a telco with a mobile money proposition, but we're saying we actually want to be a technology company. Now, there are many telcos who have this ambition, and I think I've been lucky to study a lot of them in the journeys they have as we've been crafting our journey. And some of the key things that we're saying, we still have to focus on customer experience. But one of the key things that's coming out of our new mission for this FY is that we need to look at new technologies, new growth areas. Areas that are not our traditional business really need to contribute over 50% of our revenue. As the IT team, our mission in this new financial year is to transform to a fully digital-first, agile technology environment in order to accelerate the new growth areas, which ties to our CEO's mission, delivering superior customer experiences. We're quite ingrained in this in terms of our measures of success, where we don't only talk about availability, but a lot of plays that we need to do, and I'll be talking a bit today more about cloud, in terms of having 65% of our applications on cloud, 76% of our care interactions on self-service platforms that run on cloud, 100% of our digital channels deployed on cloud, and a lot of other KPIs here that really depend on the cloud play. Now, what are the challenges we face? It's not just a rosy picture, and I don't want to be dishonest in my talk. I think the challenges, and I believe most telcos face, is that really there's a long time to market. You really are looking at, you're dealing with a lot of legacy services, a lot of OEMs and application vendors who are not able to meet the agile ambition. There's a high cost of running all this infrastructure and applications separate and not leveraging on common infrastructure and a service platform. There's complexity that's coming between the infrastructure vendors and the application vendors, and many times troubleshooting a digital service takes an invariably long period of time. And then there's various skill sets that have been deployed in the environment depending on which OEM you're dealing with. Kenya recently enacted the Data Protection Act and regulation that is demanding that a lot of our workloads that have customer data, financial data, need to be resident within the country or within a market that has a treaty with Kenya. And then we're still facing a challenge that there's no unified data governance. So what do I run? We run quite a lot of M-Pesa cloud infrastructure. We have our internal IT cloud and a lot of services that we run with our partners, banks, and other institutions. So what is the ambition that we're looking to do? I think it's important to select the right vendors and in architecture in terms of building this. I think I always say that once you got your strategy right, you got your vision, you got your mission, next, the first stop that should be there in technology is architecture. When it comes to the innovation ecosystem, and as, again, a lot of our developers are telling us, everything they build on cloud is actually able to go to market faster, and not only that, they're able to take advantage of new capabilities on cloud, machine learning, cognitive, AI, that would take quite a while to build on-premise. We believe that our cost resilience is important. On that mission map we showed, cost leadership is extremely important. And the moment we can able to stretch our resources to do much more and to utilize the unutilized capacity that we have in our environment, we begin to really move a notch on our cost agenda. But really, enabling of open source and a lot of the open source technologies are also demanding that we deploy cloud solutions. In terms of our vendors, the key question is that they actually need to step up to understand and bridge the gap between traditional telco services and cloud as a key enabler. And I believe telcos are actually in the best space to take advantage of cloud. They have the data centers, they have the connectivity. Every time I meet somebody who wants to deploy a cloud solution, they ask me, what's the connectivity you have? And the number one players in this space are actually telcos. Security compliance, especially on our mobile money platform, are really pointing us a lot that we need to operate in a hybrid environment, leverage certain services on public cloud, but always also have a hybrid cloud solution deployed. If we look at what's the journey, I think it's a mix. You need some things on premise and you need some things on public cloud. All these services, our customers are not going to give us a break in terms of how often they're used, in terms of when they're ready to use them. I think the digital customer is actually impatient. If you don't have it, they'll go to someone else. And whereas we have about 70% market share on our telco business, if somebody else comes and is able to offer those services cheaper and more relevant to them, they're going to switch from Safaricom to that organization. We've seen one of the big players who's actually in the car business begin to deploy satellite solutions even around Africa. And that's sending us a message that we cannot continue to rely on our traditional revenue, which I believe in a not so long future, it's actually going to be a free service to customers. Therefore, we must find new revenue streams. So content is a big play, playing on the enterprise space is a big play, and being able to offer OTT solutions. So I think three things that our IT infrastructure is looking at. I think we have to do cloud transformation, and really also the people side cannot be left behind. So how do we change our organization to have the right skills and capability and roles that are able to tap into this? We need to migrate and be aggressive at it and really look at also our O&M organization. We also need to make sure that our data is secure. I think storage is a critical part of our infrastructure, and I showed it in the previous map. I think the one core thing that we need to unify when I look at this is our data. And really our storage play has to meet this. I'm happy about the previous topic that looked at renewable energy. It really sits well with our SDG agendas. So really, it's really being able to reduce our carbon emissions and OPEX, ensuring that you have all those nines in terms of availability. Each additional nine is a stress for a CIO. We really need to reduce our latency, really getting fully automated, and being able to support not just a public cloud, private cloud, but also a hybrid cloud. So some of the questions that keep bothering me as I think about this. So are distributed cloud and public cloud necessary for a cloud operator during digitization? If one chooses public cloud alone, what does that mean? There's the customer data needs that are coming up in terms of regulation. And then we're trying to, in connecting to the public cloud, how about latency and how can we partner with even much more global players to reduce it? How do we improve the storage utilization and management efficiency? And these are key questions, but these are, in my opinion, really technical questions. And you remember I said Deloitte is finding that 53% of companies are saying that the challenge they're facing in terms of digital transformation is really coming from culture. So I'll come on this last slide, and I think these are four cultural issues or behaviors that we need to look at and stare straight in our face. I think one of the biggest behaviors that one needs in terms of digital transformation is courage. I think many times we don't want to take bold steps. We don't want to look into things that we've never looked into. We want to perhaps hold on to what's been familiar, what's been easy for us, what's always been our bread and butter. But the challenge, if we hold on to this, is that somebody else is going to take us over. The second is agility. I think when we started our cloud journey about 4 years ago, there's things that we've changed today, including which partners we work with, including our architecture, that were not there when we began. Curiosity. How inquisitive is your team? How much are you as a CIO and your team looking at what's going on in the world. How are other people applying this technology? And how much can you leverage on what's being done and really look to push the knot? And I think the last one is being authentic. I think one of the things I tell our EXCO team is I'm going to tell you the good, the bad, and the ugly. This is the direction we're going to go, but we're going to face challenges. And each time we face things that are not going to be comfortable, I'm going to come to you and tell you the truth. This past year, we saw our OPEX spend increase much further than we expected it to increase. And it's because of how much we're spending on cloud, on moving onto various cloud platforms. But I told them this is reality. And when I look at organizations across the globe that are embedding and embracing digital transformation, reality is the CapEx spend is reducing and the OPEX spend is increasing. Now, we must have that conversation with the CFO to say, you've been pushing me to increase my CapEx and reduce my OPEX, but now there's a new reality where I must increase my OPEX and reduce my CapEx spend because of software as a service, platform as a service, everything. I call it X as a service. So those are being authentic, I think, is one of the most precious commodities as a leader, according to Marcus Buckingham, and I really embrace this. So what am I saying to telcos? I believe cloud, as much as many people have tried to do cloud, there's nobody who's doing cloud that doesn't depend on a telco, be it for connectivity, be it for data centers, be it for running workloads, be it for running on the edge, be it for content data that's being brought close to the customers like Netflix. So telcos are in the mix, they're in the midst of this journey, and the biggest thing that we can do is to see how much can we leverage the core capabilities that we have to move into this new sphere. Let's not look at the door that's closing, but look at the door that's opening. Thank you so much.
Thanks, George. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks, George. Really, you know, the IT is not really just some infrastructure or left aside from our business. It's the engine of the growth and new revenue for enterprises, for organizations, and everybody. So now let's see what Huawei has in house in terms of IT infrastructure and how they are the engine for growth. So for that, it's a pleasure to have Huawei's President of Data Storage and Intelligent Vision product line. He will let us know the values and how is that done from Huawei perspective. It's a pleasure to welcome Huawei's Peter Zhou.
Right, good afternoon, everyone. This is Peter from Huawei. I'm quite happy to be here to share Huawei's view on how to build IT infrastructure for particular carriers when we meet challenges when we're doing 5G, and also carriers really being happy to do more business, for example, for enterprise market. So, talk about IT infrastructure, we must talk about data storage. I want to talk about history. Today, we really believe the history of human beings somehow is like the history of recording the data. 3,000 years ago, we used stone pillar to store the code, for example. And more than 2,000 years ago, eventually we invented paper, which can help human beings easily record anything. And then in 1956, we invented HDD and then SSD. It never stopped. We might be using DNA, that kind of technology, for storing the data. However, we are still facing challenges. This kind of challenge is how can we save data permanently. This is still the challenge for the whole human being, for particular IT engineers. Huawei has been investing data storage for more than 10 years. In last year, we have been achieved quite good results. As reported by Gartner, in Q1, from Q1 to Q3, we are ranked as number 3 in terms of the revenue. And also, the increasing rate is more than 10%, which is quite good. In the past 6 years, we have been continuously selected as the vendor in leadership, that kind of particular area, with very small range of vendors. Particularly in last year, our vision and also the capability for execution has really been recognized by the industry. And in past several years, Huawei continuously emphasized our one storage strategy. One storage strategy means we would like to use innovation to make sure the storage system could be some kind of storage resourcing pooling with intelligent management and also with open API for connecting multiple cloud. Today, still, for many carriers, if we look into the IT infrastructure, everything has been isolated. Different applications may have different storage systems. They're all being isolated. It's not really efficient. We would like to use one storage, that kind of solution, to make sure using Huawei Ocean Store OS, that kind of software with diverse hardware to fulfill different kind of data services. Particularly, we want to have one storage pooling system to make the whole system being actually efficient. On the other hand, we also have data management engine to make sure that maintenance and operating are automatic. Then to further improve the efficiency for the customers. Very important, we also want that kind of system be friendly to cloud, whatever it's private cloud or public cloud. What we mean using APIs, open APIs, to connecting to multiple cloud. So that's the one storage system we are really fulfilling in these years, and we continuously put efforts on it. Talk about Huawei storage system, we have quite good products have been recognized by the whole industry. The first one is Ocean Store Dorado. In past few years, we use Ocean Store Dorado in carriers, BSS, billing system, etc. Particularly with SAN, that kind of structured data. We have extra reliable system and cost-effective. In last year, we also announced the Ocean Store Pacific series, that kind of product for massive data, particularly for unstructured data. We have most density storage system, either hardware or software, to make the whole system being very efficient, much better than our competitors' system. And what will be the next? When we think about next generation storage, we needed to think about several factors. The first one is we really needed to think about, can we put structured data and unstructured data with many data protocols into one hardware and one software? Can we think about to make sure the whole system can be efficiently using HDD or SSD or other media efficiently? On the other hand, we also needed to think about data protection. Today, to make data being surely protected, put into data storage is not enough. We also needed to have backup, that kind of storage system. At last, we also needed to think about the efficiency of the whole data center, not only the data storage itself. Therefore, virtualization technology, including container, that kind of technology, to make sure the older resources can be efficiently utilized. On the other hand, whether or not the whole system being very friendly to cloud strategy, to make sure the whole data center can smoothly evolve into the future. All these factors is the one we are thinking about the products we needed to put into the market this year. Before I talk about our new product in this year, I would like you to watch a video. Right. Today, I would like to announce Huawei new IT facilities for 2022. In the video, you already seen 4 types of products. The first one is our new Ocean Store Dorado, which not only supports SAN, but also supports NAS. And very unique, it can support both SAN and the NAS work on active-to-active, that kind of mode, to make sure the whole system being very efficient with extra reliability. The second one is our new Ocean Store hybrid storage. This new hybrid storage can support not only HDD, but also SSD, support multiple data protocol, support connecting to multiple cloud technology with intelligent management system. The third one is what we call the Ocean Protect backup storage. This new backup storage has very efficient compression rate with intelligent algorithm 20% more than the normal level you have been seeing in the industry. And also the bandwidth for copying the data and also recovering the data even 5 times than other products. The third one is a DCS, what we call the data center stack. We are using the technology, virtualization, including container, to make sure all the resources, including computation resources, storage resources, can be efficiently utilized and managed. On the other hand, to make sure it can be very friendly to cloud technology, easily connecting to multiple clouds. With all of these new products, we believe Huawei can support our carriers for digital transformation, and also to make sure to handle all the new challenges when new technologies like 5G and new services like B2B coming. Talk about the product we had, and also we will have this year. I also really like to talk about the technology and the innovation we may have in the future. In the before, when we talk about the computation system and also the storage system, actually everything is follow the Van and Neumann, that kind of architecture. Basically, a CPU-centric system. All the memories with limited capacity directly connecting to CPU, HDD or SSD, these kind of storage media connecting to CPU with I/O, that kind of interface. But the problem is low latency and low performance. With innovative ideas, Huawei want to break that kind of architecture, moving to data-centric, that kind of computation architecture. Not only the memory, but also the storage media, including HDD and SSD, will connect into the CPU just like memory. We call it memory fabric, that kind of new technology. And also the data plane and control plane will be run on separated CPU to make the whole system being very efficient. We believe that kind of product will come to the market in 2023. I hope everyone can really enjoy that kind of innovating technology to make sure to keep improving your system with efficient, and certainly very important to make sure the whole infrastructure can enable new services. That's the next step for Huawei storage. Right, that's all for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peter, and congratulations for the one storage. So, all right, so let's carry on, and now we have one more presentation from IDC. He will talk to us about the trends in the ITC industry. So let's welcome Ajit Das, IDC Research Director.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. I know I am very close to the happy hours. I will be really quick and on time, in the presentation. So I'll be presenting to you what are the key trends happening on the digital infrastructure transformation in telecom industry in general. So at IDC, we track a lot of trends happening in telecom industry in general. So I'm going to go through some of the trends which will be relevant to this particular topic here. So when we talk about digital transformation, the telecom industry has been going through this transformation for quite some time. Actually, it started somewhere in 2007 when the telecom industry thought that it is a good idea to separate the virtual plane from the control plane from the data plane so you can move some of the function to the virtual area. So it started happening in 2007 timeframe. Then software-defined networking also came in play that time, where network was becoming more and more software-defined. Introduction of IoT and the mobile also accelerated the digital transformation trend. Moving forward, that was the experimentation phase, So moving forward, what is there is that a lot of new use cases started developing, and the new platform also came in play. So some of the virtual functions which was introduced earlier in 2007 to 2010, they were started to move to cloud, so cloud native functions. So VNF is going to migrate to cloud to make the network more agile and more efficient. Edge computing is one of the things which is being talked about quite a lot these days, because that opens up the monetization capability of many operators. And then we are seeing a vibrant ecosystem is being developed, where the cloud service provider is partnering with the communication service provider and systems integrator, and is creating a really nice ecosystem to provide the end-to-end solution. So now the network is becoming more and more partner-centric rather than only one equipment or network-centric. And definitely there is a lot of awareness about green and low carbon implementation in all phases of network transformation. Moving forward, what we see is that network is going to become more and more autonomous. So to become more autonomous, you will see more introduction of open API. There will be a lot of use of AI and ML in network, at the edge, in the core. There will be, security will be a key feature of the network, end-to-end, core to edge. And then we will see the 360-degree omni-channel experience, quantum computing, and digital integration will also become one of the key staples for next few years or so. So what is happening on digital transformation? What we see is that digital transformation has impact on edge, on service provider, on the application hosted solution, and in the cloud. So all those four areas are getting impacted by digital transformation. So the data to pay attention to here is on the edge side. You will see that in next 2 years or so, 58% of all resources will be located at the edge of the network. That's a big change the way it is implemented today. At the same time, we will see that 47% of applications will be built using modular development framework. So more and more use of CI/CD, so more like cloud-native functions are going to be becoming more and more prevalent in next 2 years or so. 51% expects to have a high application interdependency. So that will be basically, we have a multi-cloud environment where applications will be deployed in different clouds, and there will be dependency between those applications in next 2 years or so. And 50% growth in typical application portfolio. So you'll have more and more new applications being developed, and they will be implemented in the network. So this basically tells us that the transformation has to happen at all the areas of the ecosystem. It has to happen on the edge side. It has to happen on the service provider, which is any type of service provider. It has to happen on the way applications are hosted. And it also has to happen the way clouds are implemented. So who is in the best position to basically support those kind of transformations? So we think that telcos are in a really very good position because they have connectivity, they have pipe coming to enterprises, they have pipe connecting to the applications. And this 5G is definitely opening up a lot of opportunity for them in terms of providing the use cases for smart retail, logistics, transportation, AR, VR. I think we heard from many of the speakers earlier how the 5G is enabling the smart mining or smart port. So that is one of the biggest opportunity for service providers to capitalize on it. However, to fully take advantage of that, their network has to kind of evolve into more cloud-centric network. And we see that, they will have to move some of their network function from their platform to the cloud so that they can make the network more agile and easy to configure. One data I want to point out here is that approximately 50% of revenue is going to come from new enterprise services in next 5 to 7 years. So operator will have to make their network ready to capitalize on that opportunity. So this is a very catchy slogan, and I like this slogan because definitely cloud is at the core of digital first transformation. Without cloud, the transformation cannot happen. So cloud basically provides a flexibility in the way you basically configure the network, you configure the application. One of the data or research at IDC indicates that, this is basically Asia Pacific data here. It indicates that the cloud services are going to go to double in next 5 years or so. And most of the revenue is going to come from the cloud area, which is going to be offered as a service platform. So as a IaaS or as a PaaS, infrastructure as a service or platform as a service. Also, we all found out that on the cloud side, the cloud will be implemented more in a complex way. So we will not see all applications residing in one cloud. We'll see it will be a distributed cloud environment. We'll have multi-cloud applications running in different cloud. So one of the challenge what operators have or even the enterprises have is how to govern across multiple cloud. So how to control the ingress and how do you basically keep track of the data? How do you make sure the security is there when the data application is being transferred between different cloud? So that is something where a lot of innovation has to happen. Many companies are working in that area. But we'll see that that is another area which will evolve over time. So when the communication service provider who are known for providing a connection to the enterprise, if they want to become more like a digital service provider, then they will have to harness the power of cloud computing. Because once you start using the cloud computing power, then you are not only providing connection, but you are also providing application to your end user. And you guys might have heard the name like MEC, multi-access edge computing. So what happens is that if you have some enterprise who have their own application, robotics application, for example, the CSP can come there and they can provide end-to-end solution. They can provide connectivity as well as they can provide the application also for the enterprise. So for the CSP, which is the communication service provider, to become the digital service provider, they will have to have the network flexible to be in the cloud. They have to foster a relationship and ecosystem between the cloud service provider. One of the speakers, they mentioned about having some of their workload running in the public cloud. So we see that in North America also. One of the large operators, they are running their 5G core into AWS public cloud. So we will see those kind of ecosystem will develop over time also. Rather than building from scratch, they can start creating an ecosystem or partnership among multiple service providers. So it is like a cloud service provider partnership, systems integrator partnership. All those things will start developing over time. A couple of data points I wanted to point out to you guys here is that in next 7 to 10 years, half of the revenue is going to come from business to business services. So the communication service provider will have to re-architect or optimize the network to capitalize on that opportunity. However, the thing is that right now only 10% of service providers' network is in the cloud. So it is a long way for them, but it is definitely a right path of the migration. Different services will be migrated to cloud at different places, which is very understandable. You don't want to migrate the entire network to cloud at one time. There has to be some kind of pacing there. Cloud will be distributed. And one of the key advice we give to all the carriers are that they have to select the cloud vendor who knows about the telecom services or infrastructure. So that is another important point to mention there. Another survey here, what we see that in the service provider revenue pie, today 29% of the revenue is coming from cloud business. In next 2 years, 32% of revenue will come from cloud business. So it shows that there is a growth in the revenue pie from the cloud business. So CSP will have to be ready for that. Now, lot of application at the edge is driving the need for storage requirement also. And I heard from the previous speaker, they talk about the storage. So storage is going to become a lot more, it will go through a lot of innovation over time, because all the application at the edge, which is AI, ML application, analytics application, video analytics, they'll all drive the requirement for more and more storage over time. Multi-cloud orchestration will also be one of the key factors of storage. Where the storage is distributed among multiple clouds, we will see more and more innovation happening on the low power consumption on the storage side. And also, the storage will be consumed more like a service rather than buying as a platform. So more movement from the CapEx to the OpEx model on the storage side. I just want to point out one data point here, is that 70% of carriers will be modernizing their storage in the next 2 years or so. So there's a huge opportunity for storage industry in general, and opportunity for carrier as well. So where the storage carrier and storage is heading, definitely multi-cloud adoption of storage is going to be one of the key. What we see is that by 2025, 93% of carrier IT infrastructure will be upgraded in the multi-cloud. So there's more requirement for storage there. Other thing happening on the storage side is storage are moving towards more software. So something called SDS, software-defined storage. We see that by 2024, 78% of storage will be SDS compliant. And as the network becoming more and more disaggregated, I think the IT infrastructure has to evolve to support that storage in that environment as well. So my last slide here, final thoughts. Definitely, the carrier networks have to be ready to support the digital transformation over time. The infrastructure has been upgraded in last couple of years to support the pandemic-related growth in the network traffic, also flexibility in the network in general. The cloud is distributed. It will be distributed in terms of supporting multiple applications, and that it is going to be at the core of digital-first transformation. And next generation workload is going to drive new storage requirement over time. So that's my final slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, so that's it for the on-site presentation. However, we are still continuing for our online viewers. There are some viewers that are still joining now online. So I just wanted to quickly tell you those 3 presentations that are left online. I mean, they are not here with us. So it will be an interesting presentation to hear the CIO of AIS. His name is Sanjay Thomas, and he will let us know how to transform to a cognitive telco. So that's a key one. It's going to be broadcasted online in 2 minutes. We're also going to hear from Huawei, Director of Cloud Computing Marketing Department, and he will let us know why Huawei Cloud can implement the telco functions in a much better way. But the key interesting presentation that you will be interested to hear about, it's going to be from Jeroen Cox from KPN. He's the strategic lead energy and the environment in KPN. He will let us know about key ambitious targets for ESG, which is net zero emission by 2040. So he will let us know how is it being done and what is KPN's strategy, which is key for all of us. So those are the 3 presentations online. We'll enjoy it, and thank you for those people on site. And we'll see everybody tomorrow in Huawei booth, lighting up the future. Goodbye, everybody.
Thank you, Huawei Technologies, for inviting me to speak today. It's a great honor and privilege to share with you some of my thinking and work that we are doing in Thailand to modernize my company, Advanced Info Services, AIS, Thailand's leading telco provider for over 30 years. Let me start by discussing the environment that we are all facing today. One can argue that the pandemic has not hurt CSPs as badly as the other industries. However, we are still facing serious threats to our business model, such as market share pressure, slower growth, profitability challenges, We have ecosystem expansion ambitions, where we're going to have to partner with other companies in order to provide new products. Like everyone, we're facing a scarcity of talent, and we're operating in a global pandemic. All of this is putting tremendous pressure on ARPU and forcing us to reinvent ourselves. So at the same time, from a technology perspective, I believe we are at a tipping point in history. We have all lived through a few, from client server to web to mobile to 5G and now to AI, ML and AR and VR. All of these technologies have the potential to radically change our business models and our business architectures and forcing reinvention. But at the same time, there's tremendous opportunity. Being the incumbent gives us a lot of advantages. We, at an aggregate level, know a lot about our customers, especially around their movement, their spend, their location, and preference. And when you couple AI to this information, we believe what we have is a game changer. From the CIO perspective, I look at the cognitive telco through 5 lenses, what I call the conceptual view of the cognitive telco. So let me introduce you to these 5 lenses. The first one is expanding the human experience. I call it human because it's more than just customers. It's customers, employees, and partners. On the customer side, this is where you're going to get things like Customer 360, a next best offer, recommendations engines, and hyper-personalization. On the employee side, we will bring in new techniques that will increase employee retention and loyalty. And on the partner side, we will use means to effectively onboard our partners and use that as a competitive advantage. On the machine side, we need to expand the platform. This is being driven by the fact that we need to provide more complicated and less telco-specific products to our customers, which means our ecosystem needs to be open, secure, multi-cloud, and hybrid. The openness will be accessed through APIs and achieved through APIs. The security is fundamental, both to our credibility of our brand as well as to that of our customers. And we want to be hybrid and multi-cloud because we will adapt to the optimal infrastructure and platform based on the workload. On the workflow side, we believe that we've barely scratched the surface with our initial forays into automation, where we've really focused on low-hanging fruit. The next stage is to evolve the back office and start to use AI and machine learning-enabled frameworks to drive decision-making in our process flows. This will result in back office automation and free up human talent, which can be applied to other areas of the digital transformation. And last but not least is the culture of agile innovation. This is probably the hardest nut to crack because this involves fundamentally changing the way we think about problems and on problem solving. Underlying all of this is AI and machine learning, which is platform-based and permeates all aspects of the other 4 lenses. If we achieve this, we can say that we have become a cognitive telco. Now, like in any organization, especially legacy organizations like ours, there are many friction factors that need to be overcome in order for us to get to the future. Retiring technical debt is a key component of my agenda. The accumulated mistakes and shortcuts of the past. The vehicle I'm using to address this is through my cloud migration strategies. We're not just doing lift and shift, we're actually doing a refactor and in some instances a re-architecture before we move to cloud. So we're using cloud as an opportunity to fix some of our legacy technical debt. In terms of the lack of trust, like most legacy organizations, there is obsolescence and other factors that need to be addressed before we can be a highly secure organization, where we can get to a zero trust mindset and where we have privacy by design. So this is an absolutely fundamental goal that needs to be achieved before we can become a modern telco. There is a high degree of manual function in the way we do our delivery and our development. We need to fully embrace DevSecOps, and this goes hand in hand with the cloud modernization. Applications that go to cloud get the automation of a full DevSecOps pipeline, and we use world-class tools to ensure a high degree of automation, which allows us to have truly a CI/CD mindset. The lack of automation that permeates most large organizations is a huge challenge to the aspiration to get to a cognitive telco. A lot of the initial modernization is in the front office, but usually stalls in the middle and back office. This is because the automation challenges are quite significant and severe. So we have been addressing this in a very systematic way by bringing in RPA and RPA enabled with AI and ML machine learning models. And then in terms of the data velocity, a lot of our data is siloed. We need to unlock the data in the silos. We do that through the enterprise API strategy and make it available not only to our other projects within AIS, but also to our partners. And then the last component is the non-tech factors, and this is usually the one that is the most unpredictable. It involves aspects of people and culture, and just changing the way we've done business and the way we make decisions within the organization. This is usually quite difficult to do. And it's also getting the other non-technical areas of the company to start to work and think in a more agile manner. And this could be across procurement, it can be across legal, it can be across some of these other support departments that help us be competitive. So if we do all this, if we really execute properly along these dimensions that I've just explained, I believe that AIS can emerge as a cognitive telco. It is a journey. It's likely going to take us multiple years to do. We've been very good at provisioning and in terms of providing foundational types of services to our customers, very successful at it. The key now is going to be on the enablement side in terms of our value-added services that we can provide in the digital context to our customers that can truly move us into the right quadrant, into the golden quadrant, where I believe we can continue to serve our customers for the foreseeable future with a high degree of personalization and a high degree of value. So let me tell you about some of our recent successes. One of the initiatives I'm particularly proud of is where we used AI and ML to infer speech emotion for the first time in the Thai language. We created a database of 26 million Thai voice samples and trained a model to be able to recognize the emotion of a voice snippet. This means we could take a random voice sample like, my internet is slow, or my bill has been overcharged, and give it a score in terms of the level of negative emotion. Based on the score that that voice snippet has, we can route it to the appropriate remedial action, either to a CSR that is highly qualified to take care of a churn event, or even provide just-in-time promotions to help prevent the churn from happening. So we think this is an excellent application of cognitive methods to help drive our business and differentiate us. We've also been particularly successful with our ability to predict churn in some of our customer segments. For example, the behaviors in the 3 months prior to a churn can be modeled, and based on that model, we can get a very accurate prediction of whether a customer is going to churn or not. And once again, once we know this, we can take remedial action to prevent this from happening. Another application was where we trained a model to determine a customer's propensity to pick up a call from an unknown number. And based on our modeling techniques, we found that the customer's ability to pick up a call from a known number gave us an indication of their propensity to pick up a call from an unknown number. So based on that, we were able to train a model and identify customers, segments, and increase our call pickup rate by a factor of 2. So these are all some recent examples that we've used cognitive in to help differentiate our business and to help drive revenue and value for our customers and for AIS. They range from significant to fairly run-of-the-mill type of examples, but these are the kinds of things that we believe will become business as usual in the very near future. So we've come to the end of my talk today. I would like to thank you all for listening to my presentation on the cognitive telco and about the work we are doing in Thailand to help achieve this objective. I wish you all good luck in your own transformations and in your own reinventions. I would have loved to have been there in person, but perhaps next year. I hope you all will take some time to enjoy Barcelona. It's one of my favorite cities in Europe. So thank you and good luck.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to meet you online. I'm William Dong, Director of Huawei Cloud Computing Marketing. First of all, I would like to thank our carrier customers. Thank you for your support of Huawei Cloud. Looking around us, more and more industries are embracing the digitalization. What does that mean for us in ICT? Today, I would like to talk about these new opportunities that all of us can benefit from by diving into digital and driving new growth with everything as a service. The telecom industry has been pioneers in digitalization. This heat map from McKinsey shows us how ICT industry look like. You can see this kind of digitalization is diverse in different verticals. It's our operators which have 5G, cloud, and intelligence. You can have the most possibility to help these verticals to do the digitalizations. It also makes you the most suitable enablers to help traditional industries to go digital. By doing so, carriers not only unlock a great market space, but also deliver leapfrog development. In fact, the world's leading carriers are already digitalization role models. First, let's look at Vodafone. Their digital-first strategy actively adopts digital tech in customer management, technology evolution, and operations, aim to reduce the company's operating expenditure by 50%. The second case to mention is Orange. Orange adopts a data and intelligence-centric approach and use cloud computing to support steady, sustainable business growth. Its annual revenue is expected to reach $400 million in 2023. These have an ambitious purpose. And you also can see the pioneer in China with China Mobile. They have heavy industry manufacturers by combining 5G cloud and intelligent technology with manufacturing process. In the case of Violin Iron and Steel Group, it increased violins per capita annual output by over 30% with 10% less production cost. These results are win-win. By helping their customers succeed, China Mobile also increased revenue and taps into the new markets. Here, let's watch a video. It shows more details about the project. How to help telcos to leading players like these pioneers. Our answers are diving into digital and provide everything as a service. To do that, three important things. First, infrastructure as a service. We build global data centers and networks for seamless experience for customers around the world. Second, technology as a service. In last years, Huawei invested over 130 billion Chinese yuan in R&D. But how does this transfer into accessible results to our customers, to carriers, to enterprise? We believe that the best way is to transform our technologies into service on Huawei Cloud. So we can package cutting-edge technologies into API service. This tech can include cloud-native technology, about intelligent computing, blockchain, 5G network planning, and some autonomous driving. The third pillar is expertise as a service. We work with our partners to distill our best practice in digital transformation into digital assets. On Huawei Cloud, we can build applications, platforms, and process platforms with these digital assets to help the customer easy to embrace digital transformation and grow faster. For global carriers, Huawei Cloud provides development modes built on cloud-native distributed architecture. Using the public cloud, hybrid cloud, and edge clouds, we extend cloud service to where they are needed. Technology innovations takes a long time and a lot of investment. Just take 5G as an example. Huawei started research as far back as 2009, a time even when the 4G was not even licensed in China. In 2019, we provisioned the world's first 5G commercial network. From early research to commercial use, we have invested billions of dollars. Our own experience with innovation is the answer to the question of many enterprises. Wouldn't it be wonderful if they can use the world's most advanced digital tech in the form of cloud service, accessing their resource, just like the water and electricity? With this quest in mind, we will continue to open the achievement of our 100,000 R&D engineers and billions of investment dollars. Our foundation technology, such as operating systems, database, intelligence, and algorithms, serve you, our carriers and enterprise customers. We provide both cloud service and a pipeline to facilitate development in every aspect, so you can rapidly innovate without reinventing the wheel. Now, I would like to introduce our TPaaS as it's used in the real world. This is our cloud-native infrastructure, and this helps improve the user's experience, enable you to build more agile and secure applications. Thanks to the full-stack cloud-native capabilities. For example, on December last year, the Sky Computing Program launched a test satellite. The distributed cloud technology and give the satellite access to unified compute resource, application management, distributed applications, collaboration, and in-orbit intelligence inference. This improved data computing precision by more than 50% and reduced the amount of satellite data sent back to ground by 90%. Such a satellite better serves emergency communications, ecological monitoring, disaster prevention, and etc. How would that work? In the past, we respond to the flooding event like this. Ground control request satellite to take the images to the flooded areas. These satellites then send the images back to identify where and how bad the flood is. Now, thanks to the cloud-native edge computing, satellites can discard low-quality images. What are low-quality images? We filtered the ones where more than half the objects are shaded by cloud or snow or something else, and then to reduce the transmission pressure and send the rest back. The system then ran these valid images through Huawei Cloud high precision intelligence mode. All this is then on central nodes with rich compute resource to pre-process images, extract water bodies, and generate monitoring reports. This may sound like a lot of work, but response time is now down from 1 day to just 1 hour. These type of jobs that use satellite edge computing are also dynamic. Simply update them as required. We focus on innovating core technology and high-value intelligent scenarios. And last year, we released the Pangu mode and the Optiverse intelligent server. We have given them the strongest computing capabilities in the world and launched knowledge computing. How do our innovations benefit carriers? As they move to the cloud, these innovations make their service smarter, no matter whenever they are in marketing operations or customer service, and the carriers can pass them on to their own industry customers to develop more intelligent service, such as smarter detectors, city management, and smart electricity. I would like to show some two cases. Tianjin Port is one of the world's top 10 ports in China, with an annual throughput of 450 million tons and used to spend 4 to 10 hours planning storage. Now, they can do the same things in just 10 minutes by use our Optiverse intelligence server. This server analyzes tens of millions variables and factors to best streamline schedule. And another case is in drag R&D. Our Pangu mode has learned the chemical structure of 1.7 billion small molecules. Through the deep learning, machine learning, we have found 100 million new small molecules, then to 80 alternatives lead compounds, and then through the scientists' research and the Pangu mode, finally they found the target. You can see this kind of lead compounds from 1.7 billion to 100 million to 80, then to 1. This kind of process normally will take years, but now is powered by intelligence to develop this kind of lead compounds to just 1 month. And this one is one of COVID-19 virus protein mode, which is 40 million times bigger than the real one. And these small things is the lead compound, what we found with the scientists and the Pangu AI model. Meta Studio is our digital content pipeline. We have automated film and television production from editing to 3D modeling and rendering. Now film and TV producers around the world can collaborate seamless and efficient. How? We use cutting-edge tech, such as virtual human, 3D space, and cloud AR. In the metaverse future, Meta Studio will reshape the media industry. For example, we work with a TV station to create a Xiaoyang. What's that? Xiaoyang is a cloud virtual host, and here is how she was born. We powered Meta Studio with intelligence for voice engines and rendering accelerations. That's how we streamline the creation of hyper-realistic virtual humans. In other way, Meta Studio work with in the cloud production. Check out the video. Was it shot in real world? No. We made it in a studio with Meta Studio and help you cut costs with boosting content. Over 70% of network traffic come from video. And we want to give the users the premium experience. This network comes with high reliability and less than 200 milliseconds of latency. But what it means, less than 200 milliseconds of latency? It takes the average person 280 milliseconds to process the new information, which means the experience is faster than the human perception. If you hold a concert on the cloud with musicians around the world, you can play together in the real time. We make that possible. Huawei Cloud, Markverse, APaaS, and this is what we say, expertise as a service. We provide both fundamentally and specific to your industry. We innovate a broad array of scenarios, including carriers, coal mining, government organizations, education, manufacturing, and internet. Our aim is a better cloud service across industry and smooth this cloud journey for our customers. Huawei Cloud is dedicated to build an ecosystems. In these ecosystems, we share innovations, capabilities, and success. We now have more than 2.5 million developers, 28,000 consulting partners, and 9,000 technical partners. We provide end-to-end resource and support from training and enablement, technical certification, solution release, and shared business opportunity. We hope this ecosystem also can help our customers, our telcos, can have some new value to do the industry digitalization. In addition, we have provided multiple sales modes for our carriers. It's your choice. You can buy our cloud resource for your own use, or you can resell Huawei Cloud resource, or partner with us to build cloud service of your own brand to better serve your enterprise customers. That's all for my presentation today. I hope we can meet on the Huawei booth. Let's make 2022 a year of success. Together, let's embrace digital and cloud for great value. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jeroen Cox. I'm a strategic lead for energy and environment at KPN. We are the Dutch telco, and we are the network of the Netherlands. Our strategy is to connect the Netherlands to a sustainable future. And therefore, our purpose is to connect everyone in the Netherlands to a sustainable future. Our ambition is to become your preferred partner in digital life. And of course, we do this to create value for multiple stakeholders, such as employees, customers, bondholders, and shareholders. In the list of 17 UN goals, we focus on 3, and those are depicted on the right. And today I'll be sharing most of the story on SDG 12, which is environmental impact. If you look at the history of our company with regards to sustainability, we've been using green electricity since 2011. And in the same year, we also decided to put a management incentive on reducing energy. And in later years, we changed that incentive to circular economy, and we'll now be moving towards supply chain emissions. And we also pride ourselves of having a strategy on diversity, so that's also important to us. Further up the timeline is the ambition to become circular in our operations and for our services. And even further up the timeline is changing our fleet to a full green fleet and reducing our impact in the supply chain, i.e. Scope 3, with first 30% in 2040 and then aiming towards net zero by 2040 with a maximum compensation of 10%. This is recognized by important benchmarks and rankings, which are shown here below. If you look at Scope 1 and 2, i.e. fleet and electricity for networks and offices and stores, then you see that actually we managed to reduce our energy by 45%, whilst at the same time our data usage on the network increased by 24 times as compared to 2010. And we did this through modernizing the network, simplifying the network, switching from copper to optic fiber, virtualization, reducing office space, and transforming our fleet. If you look at all of our types of emissions, you see that our impact of our fleet is the smallest, followed by the electricity of our networks and offices and stores. And historically, that was our key focus. But since a few years, we've now also recognized that about 75% of our overall impact is in the value chain. In other words, the things that we buy and the way that our goods are being transported. And then on the right-hand side is the enablement effect. We've seen this in the COVID era, whereby avoiding kilometers, we can, using KPN services, our customers have less need to travel. Our ambition on Scope 3 is audited by the Science Based Targets initiative, and our goal is in line with the Paris Agreement, and in that way we stay for our company within the 1.5 degree global warming versus pre-industrial era. If we look at the way we engage with customers and suppliers, this is actually one of the key themes of our address today to you. We cannot do this on our own. We have valued partners and also customers, and we have to improve our impact on sustainability together with suppliers and customers. For example, on the top left, our supplier engagement is amongst others via the Joint Audit Corporation, where we collaborate on multiple things like human rights, circular economy, also standardization of Scope 3 emission methodology. We use the EcoVadis platform to have uniform audits in factories. We stimulate the usage of the Carbon Disclosure Project to have transparent emission reporting for Scope 1, 2 and 3, and also we stimulate the usage of the Science Based Targets initiative for all of our suppliers to ensure that all of us are moving in the right direction towards 2030, 40 and 50. If we look to the circular economy, naturally that's all about reuse and recycling, and we seek for new ways to innovate on recycling. We optimize reporting. We try to engage with customers on them being more aware of why it is important that we recycle in-home equipment. We take our in-home equipment back, we refurbish, also we reuse for second customers, and in this way we enable the circular economy. Of course, most of this is already infringed in our DNA, and one way to show that is our supplier code of conduct. We stimulate circular design and eco-efficiency by design, and that is already to be seen as proof point in our in-home equipment, where we changed from glossy white to matte black for a lot of our equipment, so we have covers of recycled plastic. We stimulate smaller design, which is also in effect then using less virgin plastic, and we also stimulate improved energy efficiency in our equipment. One example of that is the deep sleep mode in our TV receiver, whereby the customer actually sees how much energy he or she has saved using that service. In production, we aim to reduce sourcing risk. We aim for using more renewable raw materials versus virgin material. We analyze the products, both ourselves for the products that we specify ourselves, or use standardized LCAs of our suppliers, and we also stimulate using renewable energy by our suppliers. This all benefits our Scope 3 target. And then finally, of course, electronics are made all over the world, but a lot of it, of course, in China. And then we have to look at a responsible way to transport from there to Europe to here, and then finally also to our local customer, to the door in the end. If we take an example on energy efficiency, I would like to share with you a case that was used in the network modernization for the mobile network. So we changed from 4G to 5G as most, and actually there we changed about 4,000 sites, and of course we got increased spectrum, but we also measured the material impact. And on a like-for-like comparison, we reduced the weight by 8%. And this was mainly to be seen in smaller antennas, cabinets, lighter cabinets, also from 2 to 1, and reuse of steel and existing steel and cable trays. Where possible, we repurposed the obsolete equipment through partners, and we ensured that this was recycled. Energy is definitely a challenge in 5G, but in our case, we managed to, in the last 3 years, to keep energy levels relatively flat in the RAN network, whilst at the same time the data transported increased by 33% per annum. So the case is not only about avoiding negative impact or reducing negative impact, as was most of my talk so far, but it's also about increasing the positive impact. And there we choose a number of sectors that we focus on. And naturally for the Netherlands, agriculture is an important sector. Also in harbors, the example here of the Rotterdam harbor, the automated guided vehicles, or on the top right, optimizing traffic towards a stadium like the Amsterdam Stadium, top right, or more coordinated cars through connectivity, allowing also emergency vehicles to have priority, measuring air quality or heat in manufacturing or cities, and then finally being able to be treated at home rather than in a hospital, and therefore also avoiding the need to go to the hospital in the first place. So to wrap up this story today, our purpose is to go all out to everyone in the Netherlands to a sustainable future, and we do so by embedding sustainability in our strategy and organization. We'll continue to decrease energy usage whilst data will grow. We're committed to the circular economy and also to become net zero by 2040. And we aim to introduce more and more digital services and innovation which will help sustainability through connectivity. And then finally, as I said before, we cannot do it on our own. We need you as suppliers and customers to help us, to play an important role across the whole value chain to help us to reach this ambitious agenda. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for attending this Huawei Day Zero Forum 2022. This is the end of the session. Have a good evening and see you all next year.